Honorable members. We may now have a moment of silent prayer or meditation. May we be seated. May we be seated. Order, honorable members. May we all settle down and take our seats. Honorable members, you are all welcome to the house. And I would also like to welcome our guests in the gallery, including former President Zuma, who I'm told is on his way here. Honorable members, I would like to wish Honorable Mantashe, can you please take your seat? Thank you very much.
𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐿𝐿.
Honorable members, some of you are members of the Christian faith, and I know that today is Ash Wednesday, the start of Lent. So we want to wish you well as you start this period of Lent. Lent is not only about doing away with maybe food something that you like most, but it's also about doing away with bad behavior. And I just hope that if we know that there's some bad behavior, we will make sure that in the 6 weeks when we finish Lent by Easter, that too will be seen in how we do things going forward. Honorable member, just one of the best that I'm sure we can do away with. It's what I saw here yesterday. A lot of you were busy on your phones while the house was in session, taking it, not texting. And some of you were even holding your phones. And it looked bad. Some of friends and family members told me and say, please advise the members not to do so. Others were openly and biscuits. And again, your members said to me, please talk to your members. So I just hope that some of those bad practices before we reach Easter, we would have done away with. So we are most welcome, honorable members. The secretary will now read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Thank you, honorable members, Chief Whip of the NCOP. You have the platform.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Province, President Haruna Ramaphosa, Ramashatile, Maloko Anya Parlamente, e akaretsa maloko a kabinete batlatsa tona ba busa khotla ba le ho gone le di-printer tsa rona ke re dumelang. Honorable Speaker, in one of his books,
Speaker.
Speaker.
I'm sorry, Honourable Malema, I didn't notice. What's your point of order?
The Deputy President has got, so I'll give him peanuts. Give him peanuts.
Thank you very much. Again, let's try and the decorum of the House. Honourable Moimang.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, in one of his books titled Oliver Tambo's Dream, 4 lectures, former judge of the Constitutional Court of South Africa, Albert, describes the achievements of the ANC since 1994 by posing 2 fundamental questions. The first one is as follows: if a paternity test were done on South Africa's widely admired constitution, whose DNA would come up? The second one is as follows: if the late President John admired constitution, whose DNA would come up? The second one is as follows: if the late President General Oliver Tambo were alive today, walking around South Africa, would he be pleased with what he sees? Indeed, Honourable Speaker, Justice 𝐼𝐵𝐾𝐻 asked these fundamental questions because while in exile in Lusaka in 1988, President General Oliver Tambo used his leadership of the ANC to bridge the gap between the era of internal resistance and the transition to a democratic South Africa, preparing to hand over a stronger united mass organization, had set up an ANC constitutional committee which organized a workshop to discuss a document titled Constitutional Guidelines. These guidelines, Honourable Speaker, were later incorporated into the Harare Declaration. They became the foundational principles of South Africa's constitution, which became the pillar of our democracy and supreme law of our nation. Honourable Speaker, these guidelines set out the mandate of the National Council of Province, which represent provincial interest in the national sphere of government. Honourable President, through you, Honourable Speaker, we do so to ensure that the province have a direct voice in national lawmaking by participating in the legislative process, overseeing national aspects of provincial local government and providing a forum for provincial issues. It is also the Constitution that establishes a system of cooperative governance which requires the 3 spheres of government, national, provincial, and local, to operate in partnership with mutual trust and good faith to deliver quality services to our people. Mr. President, through you, Honourable Speaker, for us as the House mandated by the democratic dispensation to represent the interests of our provinces, the 2026 Sona signals a shift away from fragmentation towards deliberate alignment in which national capability strengthens rather than replaces provincial and local government and local implementation. As we have already articulated, Honourable President, we have indeed turned a corner. We are moving forward together decisively and with greater agency to rally all the structures of our government across spheres to a common agenda to build stronger communities and stronger nation. Honourable President, the 2026 State of the Nation Address reaffirms the bold, visionary, and innovative leadership to integrate capabilities and resources of the national and provincial governments in a structured way to provide support and capacity to the provinces and local governments. Indeed, Honourable President, our strength comes from our shared determination and resolve to work tirelessly to build a better South Africa, deliver quality services to our people, ensure access to water and sanitation, and take decisive action to ensure that all South Africans live in a safer communities. Honorable Speaker, as the House that is mandated to represent our provinces, we want to welcome the President's decisive intervention in stepping up the fight against crime, gangsters and criminal syndicates that are holding our people to ransom. Honorable Speaker, we join the people of Gugulethu exploring informal settlements whose lives have been turned upside down by ruthless Zamazamas and the people of Manenberg, Delft, Richards Plain, Lavender, and Ocean View in welcoming your decision to put more boots on the ground. Honorable Speaker, we also welcome the deployment of the South African National Defence Force to support policy in combating criminality in our communities. As the late veteran of our struggle and of our movement, Rewel Tasusul once said, the story of our struggle is the story of problems arising and the problems being resolved. We shall overcome only if we work together. Indeed, Honorable President, our strength and power as a nation come from one another. It comes from what we can achieve when we work together in a coordinated, integrated, collaborative way to ensure an effective response to challenges our communities in the provinces face. Honorable Speaker, as the doctrine of nature teaches, for every stride and successes, there always emerge a new set of challenges and problems. Our phenomenal successes in expanding access to electricity, water and sanitation to the majority of our people since 1994 continue to be overshadowed by two interrelated new challenges. Honorable President, first is theft and vandalism of critical electricity and water infrastructure by criminal syndicates. Secondly, is the inability of local government to maintain budget infrastructure for maintenance and operation. The persistence of water outages has led to the emergence of water tank enterprises in many parts of our communities, and this has to be arrested. Mr. President, through you, Honorable Speaker, there is a growing suspicion that some in the water tank enterprises are at the core of the criminal syndicates behind the vandalism of critical water infrastructure. This calls for enhanced collaboration between our law enforcement structures to preempt, combat, and investigate these crimes in a much more coordinated way. Mr. President, while we have witnessed the strengthening and evolution of law on the theft of public infrastructure into a multi-pronged legislative and policy effort aimed at treating infrastructure vandalism as economic sabotage rather than mere petty theft, these crimes constitute serious economic sabotage and a major disruption in the delivery of basic services to communities. Honorable President, we welcome the transition of 20 economic infrastructure task teams into permanent economic infrastructure units to combat theft and vandalism. Honorable Speaker, we must make sure that communities play a critical proactive role in crime prevention. Indeed, our people must act as the eyes and ears of our police, sharing vital information on criminal activities and syndicates. Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that we join the masses of our people and all political parties in welcoming the move to ensure that there is a speedy introduction of the Whistleblower Protection Bill. Honorable Speaker, we say this because mobilizing our communities against crime is critical and can go a long way in assisting law enforcement. Mr. President, one of Africa's foremost anti-colonial leaders, a Pan-Africanist and intellectual nationalist revolutionary poet, Amilcar Cabral, says, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas, in anyone said, they are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace." For us in the National Council of Province, we are concerned about the state of our municipalities. Among our critical concerns are the current state of our municipalities and the effectiveness of political interventions in local government administration under Section 139 of the Constitution. And some of these 139 provincial government interventions in municipal administration take too long on the takeover of municipal powers by the provinces. The organized local government saga has repeatedly raised red flags about the persistence of these problems. including in some areas their deterioration after these interventions. This calls for a fundamental paradigm shift, Honorable President, and a structured empirical study on the impact of these interventions in turning the local government around, because we have correctly declared this year the year of fixing local government and transforming the economy. Among the critical questions, Honorable President, which we may have to consider is whether the NCOP should focus more on monitoring the support and capacity provided by national and provincial governments to local government under Section 154. Honorable Speaker, Section 47 of the Local Government Systems Act enjoins the Minister responsible for local government to provide an annual report on state of local government to National Council of Provinces. So therefore, critical scrutiny and analysis of these reports by the House of NCOP can provide valuable insights and inform the development of early warning and intervention in local government. Honorable Speaker, one of the most significant announcements in Sona, as correctly pointed out by the Minister and Honorable Kaunda, is the revised white paper on local government, which acknowledges a simple truth, not that allow strong municipalities to do more, weak municipalities receive targeted and national support, and persistent failure is to be met with firm intervention. Honorable Speaker, this is not a retreat from decentralization, but a systemic, structured, and controlled evolution of our governance system. Mr. President, allow me to join the great masses of our people to also acknowledge with a great sense of appreciation the emphasis placed by the State of the Nation address on the professionalization of public services through independent appointment processes, mandatory lifestyle audits, and also central disciplinary registry to prevent recycling of failed and unethical officials. As the National Council of Province, we want to see an even greater drive to finalize professionalization of our local government. Mr. President, a critical task in the 7th administration is to ensure that NCOP becomes a true custodian of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations by rallying all spheres of our government and institutions of democracy to develop a culture of rapid response and decisive intervention to address the challenges facing communities. This is particularly so against the background of emerging patterns of intergovernmental challenges, like the recent floods that ravaged parts of Limpopo and Mpumalanga, and tragic road accident of scholar transport in Gauteng and Northwest. Transport and environmental disasters are shared competencies between national and provincial governments. Therefore, our failure to be among the first to be with our communities when they shed tears amid this tragic moment is a serious indictment of our collective aspiration to be an activist, responsive people's parliament for a better quality of life for all. While the Constitution mandates the National South African Police Service to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to win the war against crime, build better in several communities, we need a whole of society approach that we rally all our efforts to a clarion call to work together to build a better and safer South Africa. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to join other speakers who spoke before me by saluting our President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, for his sterling leadership during these difficult and trying times. The leadership of all the political parties represented in the Government of National Unity for their courage to subordinate their narrow party political interests to the broader interests of the country and its people. We also salute other political parties on the opposition benches for their constructive role and contributions to the national discourse on the reconstruction and development of our country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now like to recognize Honorable Nzimande.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, ngicela ukubingelela amakhosi ohlanga. Ngibingelele umongameli womkhonto wesizwe nethimba lakhe. bese ngibingelela wonke umuntu ophansi kwalelo phahla. Angiyethembisa mongameli. Angeke ngixoxe thina kancane ngendlela okwathi sesiya ku democratic breakthrough barikhuthwa ngakhona ukuthi yoba uconstable wasuqeqeshwa nawu umuntu owayesebenzela iMI 46 Paul Osterlofield. Angeke ngisho lutho. Ngeke ngisho lutho. Ngisho umhlonishwa uSibiya Ntuthuko Honorable Ntuthuko Sibiya mayelana neskandal school feeding scheme tender involving unkosikazi wakhe angizikusho lutho. Angeke ngisho lutho nakoziswana zingangamathune ezingane. Mr. President, the people's patience is not endless. You have stretched it to the limit. ANC under you have abandoned its revolutionary duty. Instead of crushing the system of exploitation, you integrated the ANC into it. Your Sona is rhetoric and illusions, full of illusions. Let me tell the nation what it means. It means words without justice, promises without delivery, hope without dignity. It is slanted what the chief whip of the
Order,
ANC.
honorable member, can you take a seat? There's a point of order.
When are you going to speak?
Speaker, from when has Honorable Zimande become an analyst? Aphume ku-ANC.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order.
Not a point of-
Honorable member.
What the chief whip of the ANC has said is slanted from the truth that this son is bringing hope to the citizens. But what is correct though, Mr. President, what you have said, is that the planning, including unjustified costing of the plans, inability to detect or intervene on early warnings, it's a problem. But who is to be blamed, if not you and your executive of GNU? Ningasukeli ingane zabantu ezama-functionaries. Uthi abantu bakithi ababe ne-hope ukuthi uzodila ngale nkinga esinayo economic exclusion, which is persisting. No, Mr. President. Economic growth without impact is artificial. It is myopia to speak of growth and jobs when trends are showing clearly that the unemployment of youth stands at 43% and is likely to gradually increase. Millions of young people, children from the working class, remain trapped in poverty with no hope of meaningful work. Your Sona is failing also to deal with structural exclusion. The concentration of wealth, meaningful intent to transform ownership of land, capital, and produce productive resources. Growth that benefits only the elite is anti-black child. The economy must serve the majority, not entrench the privilege of the few. You say we must have hope of dealing with inequalities and injustices. No, Mr. President. You spoke of addressing that. But let me tell you, when we critically analyze Sona, we have found it to be a fallacy. GNU has no shared vision and ideological belief. DA, Freedom Front Plus, Afro Forum, your GNU partners want to maintain the status quo. You appointed the regional ministers in all strategic departments with the sole purpose to undermine the developmental agenda. Usawakhumbula ama-free chairs owanikwa wona waceba ngawo cha kongeyona i-free lunch siyawabona impumela. Education shall not you appointed the DA Minister of Basic Education and we can tell you it shall not advance the fundamental role of government in using education to change societal power structure. The power relations shall continue in favor of the heads. You speak that you should have hope in terms of service delivery. No, Mr. President. You hold office, but the power lies with DA and the reactionary right wingers. That are there.
Honorable Kwena, can you take your seat? What's the point of order, honorable member?
I would just like to ask the honorable member where his Mickey Mouse combat suit is today.
Honorable member, there is not a point of order. Can we please allow the debate to flow without putting a lot of points of order that are not?
Mr. President, you are saying we still need to have hope that we shall have shelter for all. No, Mr. President. There's a decline in terms of delivery rate of RTP houses and failure to eradicate mud houses across the country. Awuye nje uvakasha lapha eMatakali village in Limpopo. That was a living example. Yet you are talking of growth, but such growth is not an impactful growth to our people. Hamba during my public schools. Infrastructure is deteriorating, learner furniture, ayikho, is inadequate. Abantwana bahlala phezu kwamatshe nezitini zokwakha. Mawungakholwa lokhu hamba eZonyama High School naseSakiseni High School. Most of township village schools do not have sports and recreation facilities. Mawungakholwa lokhu hamba eCosmo Primary Primary School. Unominister nje ozele kuzodansa la eMDNtv platform ongasebenzi. Together we thought with you and us and ANC.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Yes. Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
could we please advise these golden oldies that have been in Parliament forever and have changed nothing in this country, that this member, it was his maiden speech. Can they please demonstrate some decorum? Thank you.
Honorable Member, thank you very much, but that idea was not communicated to the table. Otherwise, we would have made an announcement as such. But still, order. Honorable members, can we please make sure that we allow speakers to express their points of view, whether we like it or we don't? Interjections are allowed, but commentary that follows in each and every sentence or paragraph is not allowed. Can we please be in order? What's the point of order, Honorable 𝐿aNgwini first? You wanted to make a point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think you are letting the House collapse and degenerate as usual. The list of speakers would indicate that a member have a maiden speech or not. So if your table staff didn't do that, that is not our duty. That is your duty. So
Well-
you are degenerating this House as per usual under your watch. So please do your job as the Speaker and let the House flow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable 𝐿aNgwini. And if you may please look at your own list in front of you, it does not indicate. So, and that's why I have said, wait, that's why I said the table staff had not advised. So, Honorable 𝐷𝐿aNgwini, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Speaker. My point of order is to point out the convention that when a member makes a maiden speech, other members do not interject, provided, and this is an important proviso, that that member doesn't make party political statements and controversial. So no one who objected to that maiden speech was out of order because it's consistent with the convention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and I'm sure all of us do know the rules with regards to maiden speech, and we should abide by it. Honorable Nzimande, indeed we apologize. The Speaker did not receive that you are making a maiden speech. So that matter is brought to an end. Minister of Public Works.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Malima, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker,
Since you were not aware that it was his maiden speech,
I'll suggest that you give him a chance again.
Honorable Malema, I really would have been able to do so if our rules allow that, but they don't. And I was actually generous. I gave him 4 seconds in addition to his time. Yes.
I raise the hands.
Minister of Public Works.
I raise the hands, Minister.
Ahe.
Aye.
Ahe. Yes, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, yesterday you said someone who likes to raise their hands is because of famous TV, which means they want to be famous. Let them go and record the artists that will be famous.
You are not going to surpass Reddy. That is the Honorable Reddy Sports. Minister of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Deputy President, honourable members, fellow South Africans. Last week, we welcomed the announcement by the President that will fundamentally change how this country manages its property portfolio, and that being the establishment of a property investment vehicle. It is the most significant change in the management of state property since 1994 and a clear break from the past. For decades, South Africa has owned the largest property portfolio in the country, yet too many assets stand vacant, vandalized, hijacked, or underused. At the same time, the state spends up to 6 billion rand every year leasing private buildings. We own prime property that stands vacant, yet we pay rent for plush offices. We hold strategic land parcels in the metros while people live in informal settlements. We sit on an enormous asset value base, yet we don't generate any revenue to fund asset maintenance. These contradictions end today. The truth is, honourable members, that the current model was never designed to build value, making reinvestment in maintenance and upgrades almost impossible. And the result has been predictable: decay, inefficiency, and lost opportunity. The South African property investment vehicle changes that logic entirely and flips the script on unrealized property asset values, maintenance, and investment. Work on this reform began more than a year ago, learning from best practices both domestically and internationally to create an asset book that generates wealth for the public for generations to come. Let me be clear about what this vehicle actually is. It is a ring-fenced, professionally governed investment platform that consolidates income-generating and strategically located assets into a single structure with one mandate, and that is to unlock value for reinvestment. It introduces the best in asset management, development finance, and property development. It establishes a verified digital asset register, a single source of truth covering ownership, condition, leases, valuation, and performance. And for the first time, the state will manage its property portfolio with real-time data and not fragmented spreadsheets. It separates the roles of owner, manager, and developer, introducing professional property management expertise to run leases, maintenance of assets, life cycle planning, and tenant performance with commercial discipline while building book asset value. It creates structured long-term development rights that allow private capital to invest in pre-tenant upgrades, mixed-use housing, and redevelopment. And it reforms the revenue model to generate income from these assets to support our maintenance. This is how we move from being reactive maintenance owners to planned life cycle managers. This is how we reduce the billions currently spent on leases. And this is how property stops being a liability and starts being an asset. The vehicle includes a dedicated development capability, funding bulk services and pre-sent preparation, so underutilized land becomes bankable projects. Clear project timelines will allow private sector partners and sovereign funds to participate with certainty. In Sona, the government pre-sent program shows that this is possible through 30 projects with more than 1 million square meters of development and roughly 33 billion rand in phase 1, transforming lease payments into appreciating assets. Phase 1 on its own can eliminate over 400 million rand in annual lease costs and deliver a portfolio valued between 45 and 55 billion rand once it's complete. Phase 2 expands this momentum. It focuses on the refurbishment of underutilized public buildings, bringing them back to life. And it also means jobs. Nearly 100,000 direct construction and indirect jobs are projected, with up to 60 billion rand in broader urban economic activity catalyzed in the program. It also means well-located public land in the inner city of Johannesburg being used for housing close to transport and employment, not standing fenced off or unlawfully occupied. It means hundreds of residential properties being offered to those who serve our communities, including nurses, police officers, and teachers. The state does not need to own all of these assets, and neither should it. The DA fundamentally believes in using state assets to build generational wealth through houses that families can call their own. No longer will these homes stand idle while those who serve our country struggle for accommodation. Consider Telkom Towers, a building that has cost the state close to 1 billion rand and yet remains unusable. We're finalizing an RFI to convert this dead asset into productive accommodation for government departments. Consider Youngsfield and Wingfield, prime underutilized defense land with the potential to create new communities while lowering maintenance costs and restoring dignity and bringing those closer to economic opportunities. Honourable members, this is the reform that the DA is contributing to the GNU. We are determined to be solutions orientated to unlock growth and jobs for all South Africans. A new investment vehicle will attract untapped investment. It will create hundreds of thousands of new jobs on top of the 160,000 new jobs already created in the construction sector over the last 6 months. I look forward to working with all of our partners as we continue to turn South Africa into a construction site, and South Africa will be stronger for it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. Honourable 𝐿𝐮𝐫𝐞𝐿.
Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members and fellow South Africans, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. On the day of his release from Robben Island, Nelson Mandela extended his appreciation to the many structures and formations of the mass democratic movement. One of those was Controlisa, the Congress of Traditional Leaders movement. Perhaps as a start, let's state clearly that traditional leaders are an integral part of our society, and that traditional leaders play a significant role in the governance of our country. The ANC, coming from its Lekgotla, has committed itself and instructed its deployees to government to continue to engage traditional leaders, especially on issues of their benefits and their development role in society, and that any attempt to politicize the matter of traditional leaders is indeed regrettable. The ANC continues to see traditional leaders as custodians of culture and moral standards in our society. Honorable members, in the context of this year being declared by the ANC as the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy, the story of local government is more than what is usually reported in the media. Whilst there are extreme challenges, indeed there are also extreme improvements. To cite a few examples, Okashlamba, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Ray Nkonyeni, to mention a few, are amongst the best performing municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. Just a few months ago, 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐾 recorded the highest number of tourist attractions and 19% increase compared to the previous years. Since the president deployed his task team and utilized the district developmental model, we have yielded positive results. Now, Honorable Kaunda has dealt with this extensively in his speech yesterday. The Ilembe district municipality was last year awarded by 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭 as the best performing district
and Ilembe Enterprise was named as the best district agency, development agency. Now, honorable members, although a small district located on the east coast of KwaZulu-Natal, Ilembe is one of the best cities in KwaZulu-Natal. In the previous year, they invested over 200 million in infrastructure, water branches, water projects in Makambini, Kwadukuta bulk sewer mains replacement, and the Undulinde water supply project. Now, this district represents a good example of how local government is managed through financial discipline and maintenance of infrastructure that boosts the economic outcomes of the municipality. Therefore, honorable members,
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Honorable
Can you take a
Speaker.
seat? Can you please wait until I recognize you? Honorable Subrathi, can you take a seat? Is the point of order, honorable member? There is a member from your party in front of you who have raised a point of order. Yes, you raised your point of order.
Ngiyathokoza mgcinisihlalo. Mgcinisihlalo ubengithi lapha moqala kuma rules ilunga alivumelekanga ukuthi lileye amala ngamanye amagama akakwazi ukuthi akhohlise isitshaba ngoba lento ayikhuluma ngayo ngeThekwini is not true, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable member, the point you are raising will require verification of the facts, as you say, is arguing. So you'll have to put a substantive motion. And therefore, for now, we can proceed.
Honorable Speaker, my hand is up.
Honorable member, there was your member from your party before you. What's your point, honorable member?
honorable member, I cannot sit here coming from Makambini.
Sorry.
Here, a member of parliament, lying to the
Honorable
public.
member.
There's water in Makambini.
Honorable member, I have just advised the member of your party. So if you have facts different from what the member is saying, bring a substantive motion. Because all of us can just stand and say, this one is not telling the truth, this one is, it won't take us anywhere. Honorable Chabalala, do you still want to say something?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, microphone etiquette. Can he step away from it a bit? He's
Honorable
blowing
member,
my ears.
that's the point for the presiding officer to determine. Can we please not have this spurious point of order? Honorable Subrathi, take the platform and continue with your speech.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, therefore, the story of the success in local government is not limited just to eThekwini. The African National Congress is providing leadership everywhere. The Auditor General of South Africa's audit report for the financial year ended 24-25 represents a positive outcome altogether. Let's pause for a moment, honorable members, to appreciate the hard work of our supreme authority and to indicate that SCOAC is hard at work to ensure that the AGSA is capacitated fully to carry out its mandate. Now, the AGSA's most recent MFMA reports show that 140 municipalities, or 55%, are now in an unqualified or green bracket with some improvements. For example, Umshwati in KwaZulu-Natal, under the ANC leadership, a notable success, honorable members, moving and making a quantum leap from a qualified all the way to a clean audit through focused leadership. The disclaim breakthrough, perhaps the biggest accomplishment, is that 20 municipalities have finally moved out of the disclaim, the worst category of the cycle, over the cycle. Notably amongst those showing progress in record keeping is Makana in Eastern Cape, though it remains under close provincial monitoring. Now, honorable members, these achievements are pivotal, and they will become even more central as the Department of COGTA is leading the review of white paper on local government. Now, we must acknowledge that some municipalities are weak, that they have no sustainable revenue streams, and that at times the capacity to collect because of faulty billing systems and inadequate revenue sources. Now, the review of the entire system is a step in the right direction, and we expect this to be tabled in Parliament, in Cabinet in the next few months of 2026. Other than that, other than the review of the white paper, Parliament is busy processing a number of legislative proposals relating to local government. For example, the first and second amendments to the Municipal Structures Act, which has been combined to become the Coalition Bill, the Intergovernmental Monitoring, Support and Intervention Bill, and the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill are just some of the legislative interventions introduced by the ANC in the 6th administration to deal with the problems affecting local government and to strengthen its capacity whilst fostering intergovernmental relationships. Now, honorable members and honorable President, we can come up with all kinds of legislations, rules, and safeguards. Will do it, but if we do not emphasize the moral and ethical capacity of those entrusted with leading public institutions, we will still experience the same challenges. Honorable President, we must deal with the pattern of consistent non-compliance with legislation. Honorable President, non-compliance with legislation requires stronger consequence management and should not be the norm. Therefore, the professionalization of the public service and the embedding of meritocracy is not negotiable. It is a must. Working with the Public Service Commission, the government is hard at work to improve governance and lifestyle audits are being conducted. But honorable members, professionalization must go beyond just lifestyle audits. We need a self-revolution in all individuals entrusted with the leadership of our people. Many years ago, the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, made a bold statement arguing that South Africa needed an RDP of the soul. Mandela's call for the RDP of the soul remains relevant today. Such will move us as a country together to understand the urgencies of our people, to understand the dire consequences of actions and inactions. This will guide us to see right from wrong. Most importantly, this will make us understand that we are servants of the people. This requires a commitment from all sectors.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Ndoluchumu.
Mandibulise kumongameli Julius Selo Malema nesikhokhelo sombutho we-EFF ojongene nokukhulula ilizwe laseMzantsi Afrika kwezomnotho. Ndibulise kumongameli Ramaphosa, amalungu eParlamente nomzi wase-Afrika uphela. Masibulise kubahlolokazi nabantwana be-mine workers who died in Marikana, whom you, Mr. President, characterized their industrial action for better wage as cowardly criminal, after which they were mowed down like flies by the police. Singalibali intsapho of the almost 6,000 people who were murdered in the country only between July and September in 2025. The over 10,000 women and children who were raped in the same period, and to the almost 5,000 motorists who were hijacked in that same period. One of the victims of these heinous crimes affecting the country was Olirato Mukhane, a 30-year-old woman who was killed by a person she went on a date with. She is one of thousands of women whose lives were snatched from them by the criminals now running this country. Mr. Ramaphosa, your government simply does not know what to do with the crime anymore, sir. The extortion record is now a parallel government running this country, dictating who get what service and when. As we speak now, a public clinic in town to 𝐬𝐮𝐿 was forced to close because your government is unable to provide protection to nurses, security guards, who are threatened by thugs who want protection fees. The Cape Flats is a war zone where children as young as 14 carry machine guns, spreading fire and fear among citizens in pursuit of the goals of these protection records. Your announcements to deploy soldiers to the Cape Flats is a little too late. It is a demonstration that you have zero confidence in the capacity of the police to fight crime. As demonstrated by the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee, ugxwabhizo South African police lungapha yokoqonda, and it requires complete recalibration before it can properly deal with crime. It is for this reason that we in the Economic Freedom Fighters tabled a motion for Parliament to investigate the causes of this terror in the Cape Flats. Awukwazi ukubopha isilonda ubofu ungabubanglanga. Mr. President, when you took over from President Zuma, you and the clique around you decried 9 wasted years under President Zuma. You launched yourself using the seminal song from our beloved Braichuma Sekela and declared, Tumamina. It has been 8 years Tumile, awukabuyi nangoku, okomntana ongavumi ukuthunywa. 8 years later, youth unemployment is over 50%. More than 8.2 million South Africans remain unemployed. Where are the 2 million jobs you promised in the Sona of 2019? Under your presidency, the economy has not achieved sustained growth above 3% in any single year. Yours is a continuation of the wasted 9 years under President Zuma. You are not different to him, and you might in fact be worse. More than any other president, you have presided over the most devastating collapse of municipalities in this country. Of the 257 municipalities, only 41 got clean audits from the Auditor General. And this has been a general trend for the past 4 years. It is not just a matter of poor administration and financial record keeping, but also chronic incompetence compounded by corruption. Rural municipalities are unable to even grade rural roads, making commuting a difficult exercise for learners, teachers, nurses who deliver critical service to rural communities. Amahlati, Makana, and �ย่𝐻𝐫𝐿𝐵𝐻𝐿 municipalities in the Eastern Cape have been dysfunctional for years, and yet there hasn't been a single intervention to resolve their problems. That is the real state of the nation, President. Your government's chronic incapacity to resolve the most basic service delivery problems. But like the Nero, you are feeding while South Africa is burning. South Africa is not a lost cause. It needs leadership. It needs resolute leadership to restore land back to natives and provide support to natives to utilize the land for productive purposes. It needs leadership with foresight to put an end to gender-based violence, not lamabali usibalisela wona for the past 8 years. It needs resolute leadership to strengthen our state-owned enterprises and repurpose them for intensive state-led infrastructural development programs. We need leadership to expand the higher education sector so that all those children who successfully completed matric are able to get into institution of higher learning. We need leadership to completely eradicate slums to ensure that every single family has a decent roof over their head. You do not possess such leadership, Mr. President, and that leadership can only be found in the economic freedom fighters. We urge all South African youth to register to vote so that we can rid our society of this extreme laziness and corruption in government and introduce a government that will be responsive to the needs of our people. Thank you.
Uzwile Matamela, ne? Uzwile. Honorable Minister of Basic Education.
Speaker, last week's Sona reminded us that South Africa has indeed entered a new chapter defined by shared commitment to delivery, to stability, and to progress. The GNU is demonstrating that it is possible to work across political lines, to stabilize the country, to grow the economy, and to create jobs. It is possible to place the people at the heart of what we do. It is possible to commit ourselves to serve those who have waited way too long for change. And for the DA, the moment of entering the GNU was not a departure from our values, but an expression of them. When we got into government, we were guided by a clear purpose to help stabilize the country in a moment of profound uncertainty and drive meaningful reform that improves the lives of people. We could never allow the country we so love to fall into the hands of those who wish to throw away our constitution into the bin for political clout. While political parties like the MK do not see the value of our hard-earned constitutional democracy, we certainly do. We took an oath to serve the millions of South Africans who look to us to lead. The President has correctly placed growth and jobs at the center of the national agenda, but no country can grow without an education system that works. It is massive, it is complicated, however, it houses one of our most precious assets, our children. Education is where productivity begins. It is where young people gain the skills and the confidence to participate in a growing economy. And that is why we are proud of the highest matric pass rate of 88% at the class of 2025 achieved. And what is most inspiring is that over 60% of our bachelor passes come from no-fee schools. Talent, hard work resides even in the most rural and underserved areas. And since taking office, my focus has been clear: improving foundational literacy and numeracy in South Africa. We know that when we do this, our learners are able to progress through their schooling career with confidence and strong foundations. They'll be able to take on gateway subjects that respond to the needs of our economy. And to achieve this, we've radically turned the education system on its head. We've been unrelenting in investing in early expansion of early child development, strengthening accountability, supporting our teachers, and ensuring that schools are safe spaces for teaching and learning. Last year, we set an ambitious target through the Banapele Miss Registration Drive to register 10,000 ECD centers by December. We reached that target by September and closed the year with 13,000 registered centers. What this means, honorable members, is that over 1.3 million children have access to good nutrition, foundational learning, and safe places. We've set aside 10 billion rand over the next 3 years to support ECD, increasing the subsidy to 24 rand a day. That means in 2025 alone, we added 150,000 children to gain access to the subsidy. South Africa, ladies and honorable members, South Africa is not a poor country. Our children cannot die of hunger, and that is why we're including school nutrition in ECD centers. We will not stop until every child has access to early learning center with a warm meal, with structured lessons and safe environments. In addition, we've established a nearly 500 million rand education outcomes fund to create 100,000 ECD spaces across 3 of our rural provinces: KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and Limpopo, the largest early childhood care education fund of its kind globally. We are determined that a child from Giyani, from Kanyakute, from 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐿𝐫𝐿 must have the same start as a child from Bishop's Court and Sandton. Speaker, tremendous progress is being made even in the harshest fiscal constraints. Years of austerity measures have hamstrung our provincial education departments, but we're working closely with MECs to strengthen delivery in each province. Many of our corporate partners and philanthropic partners have reached 𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐿𝐫𝐿𝐾𝐿. Their generosity and their belief in our strategy has been an investment in libraries, additional classrooms, kitchens, and the like. Umsebenzi wethu mkhulu kwaye udinga abantu abazimiseleyo ukusebenzela abantu beli. Iyo londo sisithi akwanele nje abantwana bapase umatric. Sifuna abafundi bapase kakuhle, bakwazi ukuya kumabanga phezulu ezemfundo, bakwazi ukwenza umahluko kumakhaya abasuka kuwo. The real measure of success in an education system is having strong foundations of learning that leads to young adults who leave school equipped to study further, to train, build businesses, to participate meaningfully in the economy. If we get the basics right, reading, writing, counting, supported teachers, we will close the gap between abo bangathathi ntweni nabo bafundileyo. We will not stop until we get it right. Thank you.
Honorable 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 Mazibuko. Honorable Chair, because of time constraints, may I please rise on the established protocol. Phakama, South Africa, Phakama. You have done well for yourself. You have stood against oppressive systems like apartheid and spoke for the voiceless. You have saved lives whilst big nations failed to save lives during world pandemic called COVID. You have stood against bullies and made it your business to build better communities. Phakama, South Africa. As our President, His Excellency Mr. Ramaphosa gracefully stated, it is you, South Africa, that is able to remain focused and turn its economy around. To date, we have experienced 4 consecutive quarters of GDP growth. To date, we have achieved 2 consecutive primary budget surplus. In my home village, City Sinemali. To date, our credit rating has improved, and where I live at Johannesburg, its stock exchange is the largest stock exchange on the African continent. And of course, it continues to perform. Phakama, South Africa, Phakama. It is you who has made transformation and non-negotiable. You are building a developmental state that places industrial transformation and redistribution at the center of economic policy planning. You have made it your business to change the life of Tintswalo, Thandi, and Sipho. Not many can state that they want to achieve rapid, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth that aimed at ensuring the promotion of fixed capital investment and industrialization, job creation, transformation, land reform, infrastructure development, structural reforms, transformational change, fiscal sustainability, sustainable use of our national resources and endowment. Phakama, South Africa, you are doing well. As a country, we have one of the deepened financial markets on the continent, with a financial sector with assets over 22 trillion, demonstrating that South Africa does not necessarily have a resource scarcity, but a redistribution and allocation problem. One of the targets of the medium-term development plan to stimulate economic growth is an investment target of 3 trillion, which is 15% of the asset capitalization of our financial sector. So, we do not lack resources. The major question is how they are allocated and deployed, including the special factor of where. To support our ambitions of increasing the industrialization of our economy, asset allocation in the economy has to support manufacturing and other industrial sectors, as they are a major source of decent jobs creation. We need to recalibrate asset allocation exposure of pension funds and review the prudential limit to increase access to credit. Mr. President, as you are aware, many black-owned businesses and startups lack access to credit due to the restrictive credit regulations and policies. Our banks are among the most profitable in the world, lending where the markup is high on short-term credit finance, such as mortgage, vehicle finance, and credit cards, and are not necessarily productive. To address this challenge, we must establish accessible standards for cooperative banks, mutual banks and banks, particularly in the digital age of fintech, including the Post Bank. South Africa, let us welcome the decision by the ANC-led government to prioritize infrastructure development as reflected by the over 1 trillion allocation in the medium term for infrastructure. To support an increase in infrastructure investment, we should significantly increase the capitalization of the Development Bank of South Africa. This should be done in order to increase its reach and impact, which significantly supports municipalities to improve access to water and sanitation, roads and infrastructure, and other infrastructure development. Furthermore, the realization of Regulation 28 of the Pension Fund Act must be a non-negotiable. Phakama South Africa and make sure that the establishment of sovereign wealth fund happens in the short term. You have all the tools and capabilities to make it a reality. Firstly, we have the state capability through Public Investment Corporation, which has increased its assets from over 2.5 trillion in 2023 to over 3 trillion in 2025. Secondly, the PIC can act as an incubator of a sovereign wealth fund, which should be capitalized by the fiscal and various capital mechanisms. We should also create a linkage with resource rents. As we rise, we must remember that we have the power to transform South Africa's financial architecture. We have no fear to enter spaces where many fear. We must debate, agree, and change our monetary, fiscally, and credit policy so that they are inclusive and benefit all who live in South Africa. Phakama South Africa. Unleash the entrepreneurial energy of your people. Support them to compete locally and participate in trade. Break down the barriers and ensure that the people share the wealth of the country. As you rise with your people and leave no one behind. We are South Africa and South Africa is us. Madam Speaker, South Africa iyabonga kumongameli for his action-driven State of the Nation address. I want to repeat, for his action-driven State of the Nation address. Amanda, Phakama South Africa, Phakama.
Imbongi.
Honorable Ismail Musa.
But also, you didn't know you are debating next. You are taking our time.
Musa, you showing our time. You showing our time.
Honorable Musa.
Yeah, we must induct these new members.
You need induct.
Malibongwe. In the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, Honorable Speaker, the leader of 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫, the Deputy Minister, Hanif Hendricks, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, whom I have the highest respect for, the hero of perseverance in the face of adversity. We can look up to him in the face of adversity. Also, the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, respected ministers and chairpersons in this august house. Honorable Speaker, may I be protected? There is a lot of noise.
Honorable members, can we please allow the Speaker an opportunity to deliver his debate speech?
Please record
You may continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Please record the seconds missed. Respected ministers and chairpersons in this august house, let us respect one another honorable members, fellow beloved and patriotic South Africans, in the face of adversity, on behalf of 𝐿_𝐺𝐼, I rise today to welcome and acknowledge the President's State of the Nation address. We commend the President for clearly identifying the many complex challenges facing our beloved country, and for courageously presenting solutions and a vision for a South Africa in transition. As 𝐿_𝐺𝐼, our response is clear. Social stability is the bedrock of economic prosperity. Our Honorable President is committed to ending corruption. We must now move rapidly into decisive and immediate action. The urgent dismissal and prosecution of officials implicated in criminal activities is essential and critical. Delays and weak implementation continue to damage public trust and undermine our nation's hope for a better future. To eradicate crime, we must ensure that no state official, including members of the South African Police Service, is complicit in criminal networks. The rule of law must strictly prevail. There is systematic failures and poor governance that continue to hamper the delivery of basic services and necessities, which has been very well identified by our Honorable President. It is a known fact that communities are increasingly losing faith, trust, and confidence due to persistent breakdowns in water supply, housing delivery, electricity provision, sanitation, and prolonged delays in immigration and legal documentation processes. These are not privileges, they are constitutional rights. We commend the President for personally taking leadership of the National Water Crisis Committee. The estimated 400 billion required to address this crisis is substantial, and we look forward to clarity in the budget regarding funding allocation, rollout plans, and firm timelines and deadlines. The people of South Africa deserve immediate, reliable, and uninterrupted access to clean water. Fellow beloved South Africans, we are moving beyond crisis management and into an era of strategic human investment. The basic income grant, if implemented effectively, can serve as a catalyst for sustainable livelihoods. It must empower, uplift, and restore dignity, not merely as a survival mechanism. 𝐿_𝐺𝐼 also acknowledges and welcomes the President's unwavering stance in support of the people of Palestine, Western Sahara, and all oppressed nations. We call upon government to take decisive action against South Africans serving.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Electricity.
Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, energy is the lifeblood of our economy. It is essential to growth, job creation, and dignity, which is why the DA has consistently supported the establishment of a competitive, liberalized electricity market that expands access, lowers costs, and strengthens South Africa's industrial competitiveness. We therefore welcome the President's clear endorsement of this policy direction and his commitment to keeping key energy reforms on track. The Energy Regulation Amendment Act provides a clear legal framework to unbundle and transform Eskom. This will not be easy, nor will it be quick, but it provides a clear pathway toward a modern and sustainable energy system. I have full confidence in Team Energy, Minister Ramaphosa, department officials, the leadership and staff of Eskom, SANEDI, NERSA, NECSA, NRADI, and the NNR to drive implementation. Our shared responsibility is to translate national commitments into practical, measurable progress. This year, we see continued rollout of renewable energy projects and the launch of the South African wholesale electricity market. Alongside this, we are focusing on pragmatic industrialization, expanded skills development, stronger municipal energy systems, and scaled up energy efficiency and demand-side management.
Together, these are building a modern energy system that supports growth, job creation, and our long-term climate commitments. Honourable Chairperson, these reforms also create a major opportunity to localise new energy value chains and build domestic manufacturing capacity. Cabinet's adoption of the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, or SARM, directly links the energy transition to industrial development. This is not simply a planning framework. It is an implementation platform. Work streams focused on manufacturing development, skills, and investment mobilization are now operational. They are aligning public and private sector stakeholders around priority industrial opportunities and translating policy direction into investable manufacturing pathways. Industry has identified more than 4,000 components across renewable energy value chains that could be manufactured locally. This provides a clear roadmap for strengthening domestic industrial capacity while maintaining investment certainty. Honourable Chairperson, as our reforms expand energy supply, we must expand access. Our G20 Legacy Programme on Clean Cooking is translating policy into practical delivery that directly improves lives. Clean cooking is about health, safety, dignity, and opportunity. To date, 1,000 cook stoves have been delivered to households in Mpumalanga, building on Eskom's programs targeting 3,000 households. Last mile LPG infrastructure has been installed and local small businesses trained to support rollout and maintenance. By year end, we are targeting a cabinet-approved national clean cooking roadmap alongside implementation plans for every province based on a multi-fuel approach, electric, gas, and bioenergy. Implementation is already underway. We are not waiting for plans to act. Honourable Chairperson, South Africa's nuclear sector remains a strategic national asset, supporting energy security, advanced science, healthcare, skills development, and industrial capacity. Our country continues to demonstrate global leadership in nuclear technology, including world-leading radioisotope production that supports life-saving medical treatment worldwide. I am pleased to report continued clean audit outcomes across NECSA, INRADI, and the NNR, which reflect sustained improvements in governance and financial management. NECSA has returned to profitability and is attracting 1.2 billion rand in investment, not grants, from National Treasury for the new multi-purpose reactor. This will expand isotope production and strengthen South Africa's position in global nuclear medicine supply chains. Together with future nuclear build programs, this positions South Africa to develop a strong pipeline of technical skills and local manufacturing capability able to compete internationally. We have made steady progress, but reform must continue. With commitment, partnership, and sustained implementation, we can build an energy system that supports growth, inclusion, and long-term national capability. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Honourable Ceza.
Thank you very much, Chair of the National Council of Provinces. Revolutionary greetings to the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Commissar Julius Silo Malim, Commissars and Fighters and Ground Forces of the EFF. Today we rise not to defend the indefensible, not to massage the failures of this GNU, but to expose the rot in local government and to reject the falsehood and punitive government that is hell-bent at withholding funding to municipalities. President Ramaphosa, Frantz Fanon warned us about you. In the pitfalls of national consciousness, Fanon described a national bourgeoisie that does nothing but mimic colonial masters, focusing on personal enrichment while the masses starve. This culture of dispossession is evident across all your nine provinces, but most particularly so in Amatole district and Giyani since 2016. Like the colonialists before you, You treat rural mothers as invisible, forcing 60-year-old mother to trek 800 meters over dangerous terrain just to share filthy river water with livestock, whilst crushing her spine, her dignity under the weight of a 25-liter bucket. Mr. President, you offer reforms, which is not different from gradualism. But in Siatutuka Township in Belfast, women are raped in the dark because you cannot provide a single working street lamp. We should not be surprised. As for the ANC, a street lamp in a village is an expense, but a blue light brigade of a minister is a necessity. And now you have weaponized the national treasure to launch a war against the poor. Mr. President, you believe that starving municipalities will enforce accountability. We call this for what it is, a neoliberal austerity trick. By invoking Section 216 of the Constitution to withhold funds from 39 municipalities, you aren't punishing corrupt officials. You are strangling the people. To withhold the equitable share is a constitutional crime. It is a neoliberal trick designed to collapse the public sector to your billionaire friends, so that your billionaire friends can privatize our water. You have done everything else humanly possible to be on the opposite side of the people. Residents of Matosana, Vereeniging, Vaderbergpark, Sharpeville, and Bophelong are drowning in raw sewage, which is flowing down in their streets and into their homes. Moreover, in Bushbuck Ridge, your officials are so brazen. They claim a 10-year-old leak as flood damage just to loot relief funds, while real families across the country were losing their roofs, their lives, and their livestock to devastating floods. These officials saw not a tragedy, but an invoice. They didn't see suffering. They saw a get-rich-quick scheme funded by the National Disaster Management Center. Meanwhile, in Gomas, Chairperson, the road infrastructure in Ward 11, 𝐾𝐨𝐬, as we were there on Sunday, in particular Road 2953, has been in a permanent state of design. Built since 2001, but dilapidated for the last 15 years. The road becomes impassable during the rainy season, cutting off municipal community from essential goods, services, access to emergency healthcare, education, and safe public transport, leading to increased safety risk and fatalities during the recent floods. Despite being placed in the design phase for the 2025-2026 provincial budget, Mr. President, we are concerned by the systemic derailment of road infrastructure project. For this seems to be linked there is a linkage between the derailment and the October 2022 by-election results in Ward 11, where the EFF won in that ward. This is not the renewal which you promised, but a systematic growth of a dying regime. Chairperson, the EFF correctly asserts, as we did in our founding manifesto, that the crisis we see today is not merely bad management, it is deep structural crisis. You cannot have meaningful municipalities on a foundation of dispossession. Our municipalities are failing because they were designed to be unsustainable enclaves. We warned you back then that as long as land is not expropriated without compensation, our municipalities will remain landless authorities, unable to provide housing, sanitation, and dignity to the African majority. The road sewage running, therefore, through the streets of Mfuleni and 10-year-old leaks in Bushbuckridge are not an accident. They are an inevitable result of a neoliberal model that prioritizes collection over human life. Municipalities must become engines of production, not just administrators of decline, not of clean audits, but dirty lives. We don't want your EPWP crumbs. We want industrialization. We don't want your half a loaf is better than no bread politics. We want an equal share in the entire loaf. We want the industrial park in every rural municipality, paving on every road in quality so our people don't die in the mud on their way to the clinics. Not the perpetual rurality of rural development, but through development. We want the state to stop sabotaging municipal wards won by the EFF just because you fear our success and fortitude. You should win the confidence of the people through persuasion, not by sabotaging their services. Ensure completion of dysfunctional reservoir and severe plans in 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐻𝐫𝐻𝐿 Bovenbeki and Dr. 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐻𝐫𝐞𝐭's chronic water shortages. We call on this pretentious GNU to end the boardroom talk shops, pave all internal roads for economic access to clinics, support local cooperatives and small manufacturers through municipal procurement, build resilient houses, and build differently this time, President, that can withstand disasters. Honorable Chair, the solution is not to withhold funds from the people of Makhanda and Mafube. The solution is in the 7 non-negotiable bundler pillars of the EFF. We need the insourcing of engineers and technicians so that a 10-year leak in Bushbuckridge is fixed in 10 hours and not into a looting scheme. We need the total overhaul of local government fiscal framework. We need nationalization of the land so that these municipalities can plan without begging developers. We told you this in 2013. You didn't listen then. Now the streets flow with filth and the treasury is closing the taps. Mr. President, you are not fixing the crisis. You are the crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Keza. Honorable members, that was his maiden speech in the joint sitting of Parliament. Honorable Hassan.
Madam Speaker, Mr. President, 70 years after women like Mum Sophie de Bruyn and thousands more marched, I stand here as proof that their courage moved our country forward through power and dignity of women. 50 years after the youth of 1976, whose courage demanded a better future with opportunity. 30 years into our democracy, I am living proof that a non-racial, non-sexist society is possible, but democracy cannot end at the ballot box. It must reach the mine gate, the factory floor, and the household meter. 10 years after fees must fall, the struggle continues as students at this very moment are fighting for access to institutions of higher learning. And all of these milestones culminate in this particular moment. Our generation must build a united and prosperous South Africa with jobs and opportunities for youth. The President reminded us that our strength lies in our natural endowments, the minerals beneath our soil and the riches of our land. But if we remain trapped in extracting and exporting raw minerals, we are not building a democratic economy. We are managing a colonial one. And as the world shifts to green energy and clean tech, South Africa holds many of the critical minerals needed for this transition, alongside world-class solar and wind resources. And it is not just a statistic. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us to reindustrialize, to add value through beneficiation, and to ensure that communities where mining happens are the first to benefit, not the last to be remembered. President Ramaphosa, you were correct in categorizing mining as a sunrise industry. We possess what the world desperately needs: 88% of global platinum group metals, 70% of chromium, and 32% of manganese. Mining contributes 6% of GDP and employs over 474,000 people and contributes a major portion of our exports. In a town under the shadow of a chrome mine, Nomsa watched trucks leave each day, heavy with ore, but light with hope. The wealth beneath their feet left, raw, and returned as expensive goods that they could barely afford. And then the policy changed. A furnace rose. Chrome became ferrochrome. Ferrochrome became stainless steel. And suddenly, work appeared where there was only waiting. Apprenticeships, workshops, suppliers, paychecks, community ownership models turned Nomsa's mining town into a developmental zone. Her brother became an apprentice. Her mother's spaza shop became a supplier. And at home, holding a stainless steel spoon made from their own ground resources. When Nomsa understood that beneficiation is when a country stops exporting its future and starts building dignity. Our resources must not be put into a system that generates wealth in other countries. That must be the foundation of our developmental economic model. And honorable members, it is the ANC who has worked to seize this opportunity. By modernizing the mining cadastral system, we can unlock 30 billion rand in new investment. We can increase the speed of mining, of licensing and removing corruption and bottlenecks. We can increase funding for geological mapping and exploration and supporting junior miners to expand. We can preserve existing industrial capacity to downstream industries and supporting them. But of course, there is a very important point that must be made on energy. And we appreciate the stabilization that has been brought to Eskom and the hard work. Our energy availability factor has risen to over 65% from an all-time low of 48%. But we must be honest about the next fight, affordability. President, the commitment to eradicate load reduction by next year must be treated not just as a delivery target, not just as a talking point, but as a necessity. And in the same breath, we must confront the cost of living crisis. Electricity prices are too high for many township and rural households. And our indigent programs must be strengthened. The free basic electricity grant must be increased from 50 to 150 kilowatts. Innovative off-grid energy solutions must be rolled out, and addressing the municipal debt crisis and fixing our distribution systems must be prioritized. And that is why the reform of our energy sector is so important, to provide cheaper power for every single South African by introducing competition and enabling investment in a diverse energy mix. We can bring down the costs while ensuring a reliable supply in the future. ANC Minister Ramaphosa and his team must be commended for this work. But Madam Speaker, we must also acknowledge the progress on youth. The presidential employment stimulus has created 2.5 million opportunities. Another 2.5 billion rand has been set aside from SMMEs who are women and youth-led. The YES program has created more than 200,000 places for young people, and there's been a shift in the skills revolution. But President Ramaphosa, I must now speak plainly as a young member of parliament here. The youth of South Africa are done begging for a place in an economy that was built on our exclusion. We were told to be patient and we've been told to wait our turn, but you cannot feed a generation with patience. And so here is the demand from us as young people. Treat youth unemployment like a national emergency, not with speeches, but with state power, with a wartime approach that mobilizes every single department, every single public entity, municipality, and every private company in this country, with targets, timelines, and consequences. We are done with an economy of extraction. There can be no license without beneficiation, no tenders without youth jobs, and no incentives without training and decent work. And to the young people who are watching, your struggle is the struggle of our republic. We are not asking for charity. We are demanding justice. So let us be remembered as the generation that created a thriving economy built on abundant and low-cost energy and a society that works for all. Let us turn our mineral riches into a diverse economy, our skills and universities into centers of opportunity. Let us turn our freedom into economic dignity now. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm now inviting Honorable Farmer.
Introduce yourself. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, and Honorable Members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the God who died for us.
Order, honorable members, can we allow him to address the House, please? You may proceed, Honorable Farmer.
First and foremost, let me thank Parliament that had the audacity to invite 𝐟𝐸𝐴N to do the praise singing for us at the Sona. It was really appreciated. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐬𝐜. These words are etched into South Africa's national coat of arms. They are written in the calm language of the San people, and they mean diverse people unite. Yet while these words represent the soul of our nation, the people who spoke them, the first inhabitants of this land, remain among the most marginalized. Today we speak about the 𝐾𝐭 and the sun. For over 100,000 years, the sun lived as hunter-gatherers. And for 2,000 years, the 𝐾𝐭 flourished as pastoralists. They are the First Nations of South Africa, possessing the oldest DNA on earth. But their history is not just one of ancient heritage. It's a story of a centuries-long struggle for recognition, land, and the right to exist as a distinct people. The struggle began with the arrival of European settlers in 1652. The 𝐾𝐭 and San were the first face to face the brunt of colonial expansion. Their grazing lands were seized, their water sources were fenced off, and they were subjected to what many historians now recognize as genocidal campaigns. But perhaps the most insidious blow came later, under the apartheid regime. The 𝐾𝐭 and San were stripped of their indigenous identity entirely. They were forcibly reclassified under the colored racial category. This was not just a label, it was an attempt at erasure. By being absorbed into a broader racial group, the unique languages, their traditional leadership structures, and their status as First Nations were legally wiped from the record. For decades, they were made socially and politically invisible. When democracy arrived in 1994, many hoped for restoration of dignity. But for the 𝐾𝐭 San, the new South Africa brought new barriers. At last, we need to thank the President again for allowing the army to come and help secure our Cape Flats, as colored lives do matter. The issue of land restitution. Current South African law generally limits land claims to dispossession that occurred after June 19, 1913. But the 𝐾𝐭 and the San lost the vast majority of their ancestral territories centuries before their date. Because the law doesn't fully account for pre-1913 colonial theft.
Many communities. Can we allow Honorable Farmer to proceed with his speech?
Because the law doesn't fully account for pre-1913 colonial theft,
Many communities remained landless in the very places where their ancestors' rock art still marks the caves. Then there is the struggle for legal recognition. While the 96 Constitution protects indigenous languages, the 11 official languages initially recognized were all Bantu or European. Ku and Sa languages like the Nu or 𝐾𝐭 were relegated to a sub-clause, and many are now on the brink of extinction. Without official status, these languages cannot be taught effectively in school, further severing the umbilical cord between the youth and the heritage. The struggle continues in our courtrooms today. In recent years, the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act attempted to finally recognize Khoisan leaders. However, it has faced massive legal challenges because many activists feel it still doesn't go far enough in granting true autonomy over land and resources. In places like the Kalahari, communities like the Komanisan fight for access to basic water and sanitation on the very lands they want back in land claims. They face a double-edged sword. They are celebrated as tourist icons for their traditional knowledge of trekking and medicine, yet they often live in deep poverty, marginalized from the modern economy. Yet we see incredible resilience. We see a Khoisan revivalist movement where thousands of South Africans are reclaiming their heritage, refusing to be defined simply as colored, and instead standing proud as 𝐾𝐭 and son. We see landmark victories like the 2019 Rooibos Benefit Sharing Agreement, where the industry finally acknowledged that the knowledge of this tea belongs to the Khoisan people. To honor the 𝐾𝐭 and son is not just to admire their ancient rock art or use their words on our currency. It is to recognize that they are a living, breathing part of our present. Their struggle is a mirror held up to our democracy. It asks us, can a nation be truly free if its first people are still fighting for the right to be named? As we move forward, let us ensure that 𝐾𝐨𝐬𝐵𝐿𝐿 is not just a motto, but a promise of land, a promise of language, and above all, a promise of the dignity restored to the true natives of this beautiful land. Honorable President, Munibazani. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. That was also his maiden speech. We are now proceeding to the Honorable Premier of Mpumalanga.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable 𝐾𝐭 Didiza, Chairperson of the NSOP, Honorable Refilwe Tswenitsipana, Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable Members, Honorable President, in times of uncertainty and challenge, leadership is defined by the willingness to lead from the front. Such leadership provides stability, serves as an anchor for the collective, and fosters confidence, loyalty, and pride among the people. We therefore welcome your decision to lead from the front in addressing the country's water challenges. Our people have responded positively to this decisive leadership and draw reassurance from your direct engagement, which reinforces their confidence in government and its commitment to service delivery. We saw you, Honorable President, in the provinces of Limpopo and Mpumalanga, when our communities were plagued into sorrow and despair as a result of heavy rains and devastating floods. Even in those difficult moments, you led from the front, standing shoulder to shoulder with affected families. In Mpumalanga, the torrential downpours resulted in the tragic loss of 20 lives, the displacement of many families, widespread damage to infrastructure. We extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. We further wish to express our sincere appreciation for the swift support and decisive intervention by the Honorable President. Our provincial government reprioritized 288 million rand to repair the disaster damages. We also appreciate the reprioritization of 100 million rand by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the Department of Human Settlement at 50 million rand each. The spirit of cooperative governance between the different spheres of government is a living and practical expression of our constitutional commitment to work together in the best interests of the people of South Africa. Honorable President, we accept your call and join you in honoring and saluting the brave women of 1956. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐻, who stood firm and fought for the total emancipation and the freedom of our people in South Africa. Honorable President, as a champion of gender transformation, you have set the standard for inclusive and progressive leadership in our country. We have taken a cue from your example. Our Director General is a woman, and more than 50% of top-level managers are women. Gama 𝐿𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐿. According to the Oxfam report, 89.8% of Mpumalanga's population depends on the public health system. The province is accelerating the employment of health professionals and advance the rollout of single electronic patient record system. 93.8% of our public health care facilities are accredited by the Office of Health Standard Compliance. Mpumalanga is ready to implement the NHI. Enhance access to clinical care. We recently appointed 25 medical doctors and placed them in community health centers across the province. This brings the total number to 36 community health centers with full-time doctors, while an additional 10 is supported by contractors' doctors. We will complete 7 clinics and construct 6 new clinics during the current financial year. We have also completed the high-tech Middleburg Regional Hospital, which has been fully operational and waiting for you, Honorable President, to open it. Additionally, the state-of-the-art Maplane Hospital is scheduled for practical completion in this financial year. We have launched 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐻 e-learning program, which is designed to bridge the digital divide through distribution of smart devices. 60,000 tablets were distributed to grade 12 learners at 312 million rand in 2025. For the 2026 academic year, we'll be distributing 80,000 tablets to grade 10 learners for them to utilize these gadgets for 3 years. The tablets come with a 3-year warranty. We are in the process of offering reliable internet connections to our school for our learners to be able to utilize their tablets our children will be able to compete locally and globally. We are consolidating a solid foundation for learning. Therefore, early childhood development remains a priority. 1,300 community city centers were registered and funded. We are currently constructing 29 new schools across the province, of which 10 will replace all community-built schools, ensuring that our learners are taught in safe, dignified, and modern learning environment. We remain firmly committed to eradicate of all pit latrine toilets in our school. We have built 7 state-of-the-art boarding schools to expand opportunities for learners from farm school and disadvantaged communities. And we are busy finalizing plans for the School of the Deaf and Blind. We are ready to go to the market. The trial run conducted in Mpumalanga Province, 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐾𝐿 local municipality, Leandra, on capturing carbon dioxide from industrial source and storing it underground is certain. We invite mining companies which stand to benefit from the research to invest on this project. A research done in Betal by an Australian renewable energy company called Wind Lab showed that Betal area in our province has the most consistent wind blow in South Africa. As a result, Seriti Green is currently building a wind farm that has already created 2,000 jobs during construction and will create 600 permanent jobs after completion. We'll soon be signing a memorandum of understanding with the University of Mpumalanga to be a co-partner on the recently signed agreement between the university and Haiyan province in South China to pilot the large-scale production of hybrid rice in Mpumalanga, which is estimated to create over 380,000 jobs and contribute approximately 4.32 billion rand annually to the provincial economy. Honorable President, indeed your comprehensive and compelling State of the Nation address drew wide attention across political and policy spectrum. Even one of your most vocal critics, the Institute of Economic Justice, acknowledged in its response that your address was clear in outlining the challenges confronting our nation, even where there may be differences regarding the proposed solution. The recognition affirms that the issues facing our country were articulated with honesty and clarity.
Premier, your time is up.
President, we thank you for your continued commitment to serving the people of South Africa. Leadership
Honorable member, your time is up.
In times of complexity and contestation.
Your time is up. Bye-bye.
𝐸R36 yona ayangangazela MKP ayangangazela.
You wish, Baba, you wish. We are not easy. Some water, they are crying.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort.
Water, they are crying.
To alert members to the resumption of the House, the business is now suspended.
MDNtv channel 408.
Great masses of our people to also acknowledge with a great sense of appreciation the emphasis placed by the State of the Nation address on the professionalization of public services through independent appointment processes, mandatory lifestyle audits, and also central disciplinary registry to prevent recycling of failed and unethical officials. As the National Council of Province, we want to see an even greater drive to finalize professionalization of our local government. Mr. President, a critical task in the 7th administration is to ensure that NCOP becomes a true custodian of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations by rallying all spheres of our government and institutions of democracy to develop a culture of rapid response and decisive intervention to address the challenges facing communities. This is particularly so against the background of emerging patterns of intergovernmental challenges, like the recent floods that ravaged parts of Limpopo and Mpumalanga, and tragic road accident of scholar transport in Gauteng and Northwest. Transport and environmental disasters are shared competencies between national and provincial governments. Therefore, our failure to be among the first to be with our communities when they shed tears amid this tragic moment is a serious indictment of our collective aspiration to be an activist, responsive people's parliament for a better quality of life for all. While the Constitution mandates the National South African Police Service to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to win the war against crime, build better in several communities, we need a whole of society approach that we rally all our efforts to a clarion call to work together to build a better and safer South Africa. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to join other speakers who spoke before me by saluting our President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, for his sterling leadership during these difficult and trying times. The leadership of all the political parties represented in the Government of National Unity for their courage to subordinate their narrow party political interests to the broader interests of the country and its people. We also salute other political parties on the opposition benches for their constructive role and contributions to the national discourse on the reconstruction and development of our country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now like to recognize Honorable Nzimande.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, ngicela ukubingelela amakhosi ohlanga. Ngibingelele umongameli womkhonto wesizwe wonke umuntu ophansi kwalelo phahla. Angiyethembisa mongameli. Angeke ngixoxe thina kancane ngendlela okwathi sesiya ku democratic breakthrough barikhuthwa ngakhona ukuthi yoba uconstable wasuqeqeshwa nawu umuntu owayesebenzela iMI 46 Paul Osloville. Angeke ngisho lutho. Ngeke ngisho lutho. Ngisho umhlonishwa uSibiya Ntuthuko Honorable Ntuthuko Sibiya mayelana neskandal school feeding scheme tender involving unkosikazi wakhe angizikusho lutho. Angeke ngisho lutho nakoziswana zingangamathuna ezingane. Mr. President, the people's patience is not endless. You have stretched it to the limit. ANC under you have abandoned its revolutionary duty. Instead of crushing the system of exploitation, you integrated the ANC into it. Your Sona is rhetoric and illusions, full of illusions. Let me tell the nation what it means. It means words without justice, promises without delivery, hope without dignity. It is slanted what the chief whip of the
Honorable Member, can you take a seat? There's a point of order.
When are you going to speak?
Speaker, from when has Honorable Nzimande become an analyst? Aphume ku-ANC.
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order.
Not a point of
order. Honorable Member.
What the chief whip of the ANC has said is slanted from the truth that this son is bringing hope to the citizens. But what is correct, though, Mr. President, what you have said, is that the planning including unjustified costing of the plans, inability to detect and or intervene on early warnings, it's a problem. But who is to be blamed if not you and your executive of GNU? Ningasukeli ingane zabantu zama-functionaries. Uthi abantu bakithi ababe ne-hope ukuthi uzodila ngale nkinga esinayo economic exclusion, which is persisting. No, Mr. President. Economic growth without impact is artificial. It is myopia to speak of growth and jobs when trends are showing clearly that the unemployment of youth stands at 43% and is likely to gradually increase. Millions of young people, children from the working class, remain trapped in poverty with no hope of meaningful work. Your Sona is failing also to deal with structural exclusion. The concentration of wealth, meaningful intent to transform ownership of land, capital, and produce productive resources. Growth that benefits only the elite is anti-black child. The economy must serve the majority, not entrench the privilege of the few. You say we must have hope of dealing with inequalities and injustices. No, Mr. President. You spoke of addressing that. But let me tell you, when we critically analyze Sona, we have found it to be a fallacy. GNU has no shared vision and ideological belief. DA, Freedom Front Plus, Afro Forum, your GNU partners want to maintain the status quo. You appointed the regional ministers in all strategic departments with the sole purpose to undermine the developmental agenda. Usawakhumbula ama-free chairs owanikwa wona waceba ngawo cha kongeyona free lunch siyawabona impumela. Education shall not you appointed the DA Minister of Basic Education and we can tell it shall not advance the fundamental role of government in using education to change societal power structure. The power relations shall continue in favor of the haves. You speak that you should have hope in terms of service delivery. No, Mr. President. You hold office, but the power lies with DA and the reactionary right wingers. That are there.
Can you take your seat? What's the point of order, honorable member?
I would just like to ask the honorable member where his Mickey Mouse combat suit is today.
Honorable member, that is not a point of order. Can we please allow the debate to flow without putting a lot of points of order that are not?
Mr. President, you are saying we still need to have hope that we shall have shelter for all. No, Mr. President. There's a decline in terms of delivery rate of RTP houses and failure to eradicate mud houses across the country. Awuye nje uvakasha lapha eMatsakali village in Limpopo. That was a living example. Yet you are talking of growth, but such growth is not an impactful growth to our people. Hamba during my public schools. Infrastructure is deteriorating, learner furniture, ayikho, is inadequate. Abantwana bahlala phekwe kwamatshe nezitini zokwakha. Mawungakholwa lokhu hamba eZonyama High School naseSakiseni High School. Most of township village schools do not have sports and recreation facilities. Mawungakholwa lokhu hamba eCosmo Primary City, primary school. Unominister nje ozele kuzodansa la emain platform ongasebenzi. Together we thought with you and us and ANC.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Yes. Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Could we please advise these golden oldies that have been in parliament forever and have changed nothing in this country, that this member, it was his maiden speech. Can they please demonstrate some decorum? Thank you.
Honorable member, thank you very much, but that idea was not communicated to the table. Otherwise, we would have made an announcement as such. But still, order. Honorable members, can we please make sense or paragraph is not allowed? Can we please be in order? What's the point of order, Honorable 𝐿aNgwini first? You wanted to make a point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think you are letting the House collapse and degenerate as usual. The list of speakers would indicate that a member have a maiden speech or not. So if your table staff didn't do that, that is not our duty. That is your duty. So
Well-
you are degenerating this House as per usual under your watch. So please do your job as the Speaker and let the House flow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable 𝐿aNgwini. And if you may please look at your own list in front of you, it does not indicate. So, and that's why I have said, wait. That's why I said the table staff had not advised. So, Honorable 𝐷𝐿aNgwini, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Speaker. My point of order is to point out the convention that when a member makes a maiden speech, other members do not interject, provided, and this is an important proviso, that that member doesn't make party political statements and controversial. So no one who objected to that maiden speech was out of order because it's consistent with the convention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And I'm sure all of us do know the rules with regards to maiden speech, and we should abide by it. Honorable Nzimande, indeed we apologize. The Speaker did not receive that you are making a maiden speech. So that matter is brought to an end. Minister of Public Works.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Malema, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, since you were not aware that it was his maiden speech, I'll suggest that you give him a chance again.
Honorable Malema, I really would have been able to do so if our rules allow that, but they don't. And I was actually generous. I gave him 4 seconds in addition to his time. Yes.
I raise the hands.
Minister of Public Works.
I raise the hands, Minister.
Ahe.
Aye.
Ahe. Yes, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, yesterday you said someone who likes to raise their hands is because of famous TV, which means they want to be famous. Let them go and record the artists that will be famous.
You are not going to surpass Reddy. That is the Honorable Reddy Sports. Minister of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Deputy President, fellow South Africans. Last week, we welcomed the announcement by the President that will fundamentally change how this country manages its property portfolio, and that being the establishment of a property investment vehicle. It is the most significant change in the management of state property since 1994 and a clear break from the past. For decades, South Africa has owned the largest property portfolio in the country, yet too many assets stand vacant, vandalized, hijacked, or underused. At the same time, the state spends up to 6 billion rand every year leasing private buildings. We own prime property that stands vacant, yet we pay rent for plush offices. We hold strategic land parcels in the metros while people live in informal settlements. We sit on an enormous asset value base, yet we don't generate any revenue to fund asset maintenance. These contradictions end today. The truth is, honourable members, that the current model was never designed to build value, making reinvestment in maintenance and upgrades almost impossible. And the result has been predictable: decay, inefficiency, and lost opportunity. The South African property investment vehicle changes that logic entirely and flips the script on unrealized property asset values, maintenance, and investment. Work on this reform began more than a year ago, learning from best practices both domestically and internationally to create an asset book that generates wealth for the public for generations to come. Let me be clear about what this vehicle actually is. It is a ring-fenced, professionally governed investment platform that consolidates income-generating and strategically located assets into a single structure with one mandate, and that is to unlock value for reinvestment. It introduces the best in asset management, development finance, and property development. It establishes a verified digital asset register, a single source of truth covering ownership, condition, leases, valuation, and performance. And for the first time, the state will manage its property portfolio with real-time data and not fragmented spreadsheets. It separates the roles of owner, manager, and developer, introducing professional property management expertise to run leases, maintenance of assets, life cycle planning, and tenant performance with commercial discipline while building book asset value. It creates structured long-term development rights that allow private capital to invest in pre-tenant upgrades, mixed-use housing, and redevelopment. And it reforms the revenue model to generate income from these assets to support our maintenance. This is how we move from being reactive maintenance owners to planned life cycle managers. This is how we reduce the billions currently spent on leases. And this is how property stops being a liability and starts being an asset. The vehicle includes a dedicated development capability, funding bulk services and pre-sent preparation, so underutilized land becomes bankable projects. Clear project timelines will allow private sector partners and sovereign funds to participate with certainty. In Sona, the government pre-sent program shows that this is possible through 30 projects with more than 1 million square meters of development and roughly 33 billion rand in phase 1, transforming lease payments into appreciating assets. Phase 1 on its own can eliminate over 400 million rand in annual lease costs and deliver a portfolio valued between 45 and 55 billion rand once it's complete. Phase 2 expands this momentum. It focuses on the refurbishment of underutilized public buildings, bringing them back to life. And it also means jobs. Nearly 100,000 direct construction and indirect jobs are projected, with up to 60 billion rand in broader urban economic activity catalyzed in the program. It also means well-located public land in the inner city of Johannesburg being used for housing close to transport and employment, not standing fenced off or unlawfully occupied. It means hundreds of residential properties being offered to those who serve our communities, including nurses, police officers, and teachers. The state does not need to own all of these assets, and neither should it. The DA fundamentally believes in using state assets to build generational wealth through houses that families can call their own. No longer will these homes stand idle while those who serve our country struggle for accommodation. Consider Telkom Towers, a building that has cost the state close to 1 billion rand and yet remains unusable. We're finalizing an RFI to convert this dead asset into productive accommodation for government departments. Consider Youngsfield and Wingfield, prime underutilized defense land with the potential to create new communities while lowering maintenance costs and restoring dignity and bringing those closer to economic opportunities. Honourable members, this is the reform that the DA is contributing to the GNU. We are determined to be solutions-orientated to unlock growth and jobs for all South Africans. A new investment vehicle will attract untapped investment. It will create hundreds of thousands of new jobs on top of the 160,000 new jobs already created in the construction sector over the last 6 months. I look forward to working with all of our partners as we continue to turn South Africa into a construction site, and South Africa will be stronger for it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. Honourable S.
Ramaphosa on the 12th of February 2026. Mr. President, there's no doubt that the depth of your utterings was accompanied by your comfortable posture, assurance of your tone, and the steadiness of your pronouncement. As it is custom in our province, especially towards just two RDP houses remaining standing out. This was after water had subsided to show the kind of quality housing you have often spoken about, the strong and adaptive to climate change. Mr. President, you witnessed personally, firsthand, the villages that were turned into dams, streets turned into dongas, yet you saw hope in the eyes of communities who came to welcome you as you reach out to them, in Chakuma, in Giyani, and in Baula areas as an example. Indeed, like the true father you are, you went back noting that the devastation you witnessed was beyond comprehension, requiring more money, dedication, and immediate action to help those trapped as well as rebuilding people's lives. Mr. President, this reminded us as a province your clarion call you made in April 2022, when disaster like this nature struck KwaZulu-Natal, those who have got small memory, that at the same time, the country should put a hand in supporting the people of KwaZulu-Natal. As a province at the time, we were the process of establishing our search and rescue emergency services unit, which we sent to assist the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We also had our churches, including our ruling party, the African National Congress in the province, sending trucks full of clothes and non-perishable items for relief to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We responded to your clarion call. Today, that expertise, that experience has come in handy so that as a province, we were able to avert the worst loss of lives except the 27. May their soul rest in peace, which we were not able to save. Indeed, one life is too many. We have, as a province, reprioritized non-perishable items for relief to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We responded to your clarion call. Today, that expertise, that experience has come in handy so that as a province, we were able to avert the worst loss of lives except the 27. May their soul rest in peace, which we were not able to save. Indeed, one life is too many. We have, as a province, reprioritized our needs and committed 800 million rands towards rebuilding efforts, alongside the anticipated support from Minister Godongwa from national government. We recognize that the journey requires more than just physical reconstruction. It demands community healing. It demands restoration of hope. Limpopo lies in ruins, but we shall build the walls. We shall restore the dignity. As we reflect upon the key priorities outlined in the medium-term development plan, our inclusive growth, reducing poverty, and curbing high cost of living, rebuilding an ethical and capable developmental state, we are pleased to affirm our alignment with your bold vision, Mr. President. We are witnessing a positive economic look in our country. Let us stand resolute in the confidence that progress in South Africa is not temporary. Limpopo is a testament to that. Despite skepticism, real and lasting progress is possible. Honorable demand, let me remind you of the latest income and expenditure survey, which showed that poverty in Limpopo is declining from 66% to 47.6%. A leading reduction nationally. Just yesterday, the 2025 Q4 labor force survey was released, and it shows that Limpopo unemployment rate has further declined to 28.2%, following a significant drop from the 35% to 29.8% in Q3 of 2025. However, with nearly half of our residents still living in poverty and carrying the weight of unemployment, accelerating inclusive growth and job creation remains an urgent priority. Where there is increased economic activity, there is development. Where there is development, jobs are created and communities flourish. Limpopo is not merely surviving, but growing, contrary to your views. Our GDP contribution has risen for the first time from 6.9% to 7.8%. Numbers don't lie. This is statistics. This growth demonstrates tangible economic activity, transforming the lives of our people. We are shifting towards becoming an urbanized rural region where development is felt in the most distant villages. This is not an accident, Mr. President, but a result of your deliberate planning and action, which we would like to see drop even to below 20% by 2030. While we are registering progress, we must also indicate that we are not happy with the small pace. The current situation, which we saw 2 days ago, where many young people from all over the country queuing for SANDF site in Thohoyandou to submit their CV, it's a wake up to all of us that you have deployed with responsibility to turn the lives of our people. Honorable Chair, we are aware of the challenges that persist, especially to ensure consistent water supply. In response, we have established what we call the Premier's War Room on water. In the Mopani district, the popular Giyani, out of those 20 villages, we are left with 5 to complete the project, and they will be having running water. Similarly, structures have been established in Capricorn, Mopani and Vhembe districts. We want to applaud your insistence, Mr. President, on infrastructure investment as the bedrock of economic growth. Initiatives such as rollout of solar smart technology in the rural villages. Yes, indeed, Minister Ramaphosa came on your behalf and switched on the lights at Madimbo village, bridging the digital divide, providing our children with access to modern technology and educational resources. Last year, we shared a positive story with you on public-private partnership that today we are building, constructing steel port bridge in 𝐾𝐿. Today, as we speak, we are waiting for Minister Mantashe to join us as we cut the ribbon because the bridge is completed. As government, we spend 10% and the mine spend 90%. While waiting to cut that ribbon, we have also signed last week on the sideline of the mining in Ndaba another agreement to construct D212 in 𝐶𝐾𝐿 district, because we believe that true development is achieved through partnership and unity. Mr. President, we want to applaud you on your bold pronouncement that you are going to revitalize George Mukhari Hospital. This will be the third since 1994, an academic hospital to be built. Let's remind honorable members in this corner. The first one was built by President Mandela, which is Chief Albert Luthuli. The second one, which is at 40% completion, is the one that you pronounce in this August House, which is Limpopo Academic Hospital, built by you. The third one will also be built by you. It will happen because you are not a man of promises, but a man of commitments, and you deliver on your commitments. Mr. President, when we established the medical school at the University of Limpopo some few years ago, many people says of our dead body, I'm surprised they are still breathing oxygen. Why are they not dead? It was meant to bring a pool of specialists, surgeons, to get back to the province. I must tell you, Mr. President, they are back in the province. Just 2 weeks ago, we delivered 2 conjoined twins. Prof. Chiflaro, a first black pediatric surgeon, he's leading the team. We are going to write history under your leadership, when the conjoined twins will be separated in a rural hospital called Limpopo under your leadership. Miloro yabo 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿. So, Mr. President, we also would want to commend you for your unwavering commitment
Honorable
on the
Premier,
Limpopo
your time is now expired. Thank you.
high-speed rail project.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable 𝐕𝐹, the President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, fellow South Africans. The State of the Nation invites us, Mr. President, not only to reflect on the state of the nation, but to examine whether government action is keeping pace with the expectations of the people we represent. Our responsibility is thus etched in our ability to ensure practical changes in the lived realities of all South Africans. Whilst we recognize the developmental progress recorded as a result of the Government of National Unity's governance structure, we must also recognize the real struggles of ordinary people. Honorable House Chair, our continued struggle is the slow implementation of sound policies that government proposes but fails to implement effectively and timeously. The National Planning Commission's continued analysis states that several challenges still pose a risk to the prospects of a viable functioning state. These include the weakening of government and key institutional structures, the public service performance, and the erosion of confidence and trust across society. Political leadership needs to focus on the issues raised by the NDP in a sustained and targeted manner. The NCOP has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges. The NCOP will therefore advance the implementation of plans as pronounced in this President's State of the Nation address by addressing three-sphere planning weaknesses and disjunctures and focusing on advancing the transformation priorities of provinces, metros, and districts. Yesterday, I was pleased, Mr. President, to hear the Honorable Mamabolo acknowledging the importance of the three-sphere planning. I wish to encourage all provinces to recognize the value of three-sphere planning in order to achieve the objectives of a developmental state. Mr. President, the IFP will ensure that the NCOP plays an effective role in overseeing the implementation of plans announced in your 2026 State of the Nation address. Honorable House Chairperson, as we reflect on the challenges facing our nation, we must focus on how to ensure the national priorities are effectively cascaded to provincial, district, and local municipalities. We must also reflect on whether our plans reach the constituencies and communities with sufficient speed and consistency. From this perspective, the State of the Nation address must not be defined as a policy ambition alone. It must be defined by whether a household receives water, whether a young person can find work without leaving their province. In regard to taking positive steps to course correct, we congratulate the Minister of Cocta on reviewing the white paper of the local government framework. The outcomes of the review process will go beyond administrative adjustments and confront difficult questions about institutional capability. The review of this address will have long-standing challenges at the coalface of service delivery. Mr. President, the intensified focus on organized crime and gang violence is welcomed. I must sadly say, Honorable President, soon after we concluded our sitting here last night, 3 people were shot and killed at 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐻 here in Cape Town. And one of them was a 9-month-old baby, and the 2 others were women. This is a sad reality in our country. This needs to stop. Communities across all provinces are anxiously looking forward to the outcomes of the Madlanga Commission. Citizens expect swift and decisive action towards strengthening the weaknesses in the criminal justice system. Young people are not only unemployed, many feel excluded from the economic future being discussed at national level. Skills development must respond to local labor markets. Through inclusive economic development as a unifying goal, we as South Africans will begin to shake off the shackles of poverty. Honorable President, we acknowledge the focus on greater border management. The years of porous borders has caused a threat to our local economy, in which illegal and undocumented foreigners are unjustly benefiting from the limited opportunities that we have. Honorable President, I acknowledge your pronouncement on infrastructure prioritization, which raises expectations of ending poverty unemployment, and inequality. Public confidence depends not only on plans announced, but on projects that are completed. As IFP, we call on Parliament to intensify its oversight to ensure that infrastructure commitments translate into complete functioning assets. Honourable members, the Government of National Unity offers an opportunity for cooperative governance, and cooperation must be seen to yield positive outcomes. As IFP, we stand ready to play our role to ensure national priorities become provincial realities and that provincial realities restore confidence in democratic governance. I thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. I now invite the Honourable Premier of the Western Cape.
Honourable Chairperson, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members, thank you very much for the opportunity to address this House on the President's opening or State of the Nation address. I do so on behalf of the residents of the Western Cape, and one would think that I would speak about jobs. Basically following the quarter labour force survey, where the Western Cape now has an unemployment rate of just on 18%, the lowest by far in South Africa. But, Mr. President, I'm not going to speak about jobs. I'm not going to speak about the 31,000 jobs in manufacturing, or the 48,000 jobs in trade, or the 22,000 jobs in agriculture, or the 22,000 jobs in construction, or perhaps the 360,000 jobs out of 400,000 jobs, net jobs in South Africa in the last 5 years that came from the Western Cape. Mr. President, like you, I want to dedicate this time to speaking about crime. And I thank you for focusing on crime. I stand here before you on behalf of that young baby who we've just heard about at 9 months old, who was shot yesterday in Athlone. I'm here on behalf of the 345 people who were murdered just in January this year in this province. We have some out-of-control crime in our country, and I support you in the focus. I support you in the deployment of the military. But what I do say is that cannot just be a Band-Aid. I met with the acting Minister of Police last week to say we must learn the lessons of 2019. We had an 8-month deployment of the military in 2019, and we didn't get the traction of the force multiplier that we should have. We need to make sure that SAPS with the military and included in it, in the joint operation commands, there's the Metro Police, there's law enforcement, there's the LEAP officers, there's the dog units, there's the traffic officials, both provincial and local. The CPFs must be consulted. We need to work out how neighborhood watchers can be involved. Because if we don't approach this differently, we're going to have the same results as in 2019, and gangsterism will continue. Mr. President, I also support you in the lifestyle audits. With the Matlanga Commission, with the ad hoc committee, we are busy rooting out those bad cops. Let's get that done. Let's support the good policemen and women in our system. And what better way than starting with lifestyle audits? Judge Tulari said that at the top table of crime management, at the SAPS top table in this province, the gangsters sit there. Let's make sure the lifestyle audits deal with that question. Let's make sure that there's no corrupt deals at the top table of policing. So I absolutely support you in it. We've got to make sure, Mr. President, that we resource those police officers. You know, the commissions and the ad hocs are putting a lot of question marks around our police service. And we've got to make sure that they get the wherewithal to do their job. In 2019, when I first became the Premier, we had 200,000 police officers, men and women in our country. We've now got 180,000. In this province, the Western Cape, we had 20,000 police officers. I have 12,908 active police officers now on duty in this province. Those numbers are going down, and that is unacceptable. We also need to make sure that we get two areas of focus. The first is detectives, and the second is the anti-gang unit, or fighting gangsterism and fighting extortion. Mr. President, when it comes to detectives in South Africa, there are 8,500 vacancies. In this province, the Western Cape, there are just under 1,000 vacancies. We need to fill those vacancies, because it doesn't help if you arrest someone, you take a firearm off someone who's just shot someone in the community, and the next day they're back on the street. We're not putting dockets that are quality dockets into the court system. The other day, I went to the Kraaifontein police station, and at that police station they have 62 detectives. They have 38 vacancies, and you know that those detectives have one computer, one. That's in the captain's office. The captain prints out the email and hands it to them by hand. They have no cell phones, not one. In 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭, it's not much different, except they have 5 cell phones amongst 92 detectives. This cannot be how we resource our officers, enabling them to do their job. The same thing in Mitchell's Plain, Mr. President, and you know the scary part about Mitchell's Plain is that's a presidential designated gang police station that needs to be extra resourced. The gang stations that you have designated, you have now got 1 colonel and 3 captains when there should be 4 colonels and 8 captains. That's just in the management. That's let alone the vacancies and the detectives there. They have only 28 detectives. They don't have the wherewithal to do their job. Now that is where we as a province and a city have said, we will help. Let us help. I've got a document here for the Minister, Acting Minister of Police, that is going to enable us to help to add. In this government of national unity, we are putting our hand up to say, we will help. Let us make sure we resource these people. But what I want to say lastly, Mr. President, and you know, Mr. President, you said it is time to be bold. So I want to talk about the budget for police. This is Vote 28, page 527 of the budget book. And in that budget, it says that VIP security is 4.264 billion rand. 4.2 billion rand, Mr. President. Do you know how long it takes to count to 4.2 billion? 133 years. But at the same time, you can't find a line item for the anti-gang unit. There's no budget line item for the anti-gang unit. But a question to Parliament saying, what kind of resources does the anti-gang unit have? In the 23-24 year, it was 34 million. Not even 1% of the VIP security budget. Not even 1%. In the last 5 years, the anti-gang unit's operational budget or operational costs have been, in 1920, 12 million. In 2020-21, 22 million. The next year, 24 million. The next year, 28 million. And in 23-24, 34 million. Together, that's 130 million rand as opposed to 4.2 billion rand. Here's a bold choice, Mr. President. Why don't you swap the two budgets around? Give the budget that protects the politicians to protecting the people. And give the budget that you allocate to fighting gangs and extortion, give that budget to VIP security. That would be a bold move. Let's protect the people. Let's not protect the politicians. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Wathula tu uthethile ubhasi.
Order, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is the Honorable Ndlela.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to welcome to the House the legendary President of the People, President Jacob Zuma and the national officials of 𝐬𝐻𝐾𝐿 Party. And the President of the Republic, Mr. Ramaphosa, stood before the nation to deliver his so-called State of the Nation address. South Africans expected leadership. What we received instead was a tired recital of neoliberal cliches, an empty hymn to markets, rating agencies for global approval. This was not the State of the Nation address. This was the state of the neoliberal agenda. Mr. President, you spoke of progress while the country burns with unemployment. You spoke of reform while poverty tightens its grip. You spoke of renewal while inequality has become a permanent scar on the face of our people. The people are not fooled. Let us begin with the foundation of democracy itself. The 2024 elections were deeply contested. And millions of South Africans, of course, believe 𝐾𝐿 was robbed of this election. They were robbed of their rightful mandate. We will not be gaslit. We will not be silenced. The will of the people is sacred, and no administrative manipulation or institutional bias of the elite pact will bury the truth. The fact is, the elections were rigged. And then came this so-called GNU. Remember, we referred to, by the way, the ANC of Ramaphosa. We should call this the GNU of you. A coalition not of conscience, but of convenience. A grand boardroom merger of political elites to just the privileged. A cult of white monopoly capital. A celebration of Roman Dutch law, legal orthodoxy, while African majority remain landless.
Can you resume your seat, please? There's a point of order there. Can you take your seat? Mr. Ndlela?
Not can you take your seat. Please, honorable member, take your seat. Not can you take your seat.
What are you writing on?
Can Honorable Ndlela please tell us about the president of his party and the Epstein files while he's debating?
That's not a point of order. That's not a point of order. Resume your seat, Mr. Ndlela.
Point of order, Chair. Let him explain what is the meaning of fact.
These are the kind of discussions that they have when they're having meetings. That's why this country...
Order, Chair. Chair. Point of order.
Mr. Ndlela, resume your seat, please. There's a point of order there.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Mr. Ndlela is misleading the House. He has come here and told us that it is a fact that the elections was rigged. They tried, they failed, the elections were free and fair. He must withdraw that statement.
Honorable member, that's a point for discussion.
No, fact
I think your members can be able to rebut that. Over to you, Mr.
I'm saying they celebrate Roman Dutch law, orthodoxy, while African majority remain landless. You celebrate the constitution of 30 years, rooted in Roman Dutch law, as if it fell from heaven. But we ask, where is the African soul in it? Where is the restorative justice of the land that was stolen? Where is the living authority of the kings and queens and the chiefs who governed this land long before the borders were drawn? This restoration of traditional leadership is not ceremonial, it is revolutionary. Empowered kings, queens, and amakhosi are custodians of land and identity. Their restoration to meaningful authority is the pathway to securing land back for black people through not speeches, but through power. You speak of accountability, Mr. President. Then let us begin at the top of the judiciary. We demand lifestyle audits for judges. Transparency cannot stop at politicians. If corruption is to be uprooted, no sacred cows must remain. Not in the executive, not in parliament, and certainly not in the bench. You speak of opportunity while young people sit idle in townships and villages. Unemployment has become structure. Poverty has become inheritance of the black child. Inequality has become normalized. As MK Party, we say free, decolonized higher education must be a non-negotiable. It is a non-negotiable right. Not a slogan of every recycled February Sona. You cannot speak of economic reform while education remains commodified. We further say, introduce structural national conscription, not necessarily for militarization, but for the nation building, and that's what is important. Let our youth serve in infrastructure brigades, water restoration programs, agricultural development, and community safety initiatives. Build true discipline. Let's build true skills. Let's build true identity. And let's build true unity. On water and electricity, the basics of civilization, your government has failed, and failed spectacularly so. Communities queue at water tankers like refugees on their own land. Electricity is either unaffordable or unavailable. Years of promises, endless task teams, no consequence. A capable state, Mr. President, does not beg private sector or private monopolies to do its work. A sovereign state builds, owns, controls strategic infrastructure. And let us speak frankly about immigration. South Africans are not xenophobic. They are desperate and sick and tired. If the state cannot manage its borders and cannot manage its economy, immigration policy must balance Pan-African solidarity with national interest. South Africans come first. Order is not hatred. Lawlessness is not prejudice. Mr. President, you, by the way, remain stuck in the past when it comes to foreign policy. On the Western Sahara, I know you guys are going to complain. Your administration continues to parrot outdated positions while the continent moves on. On the 31st of October, just last year, 2025, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 2797 with the majority support and no objections from the same BRICS that we are part of, our partners, affirming autonomy proposals for the most feasible solution to end this 50-year conflict. But you are still behind. Guided by President Zuma's engagement, by the way, in 2017, when he was in your seat doing a far better job than you, he met His Majesty Mohammed, and the MK Party has supported the autonomy proposal as a practical solution that preserves African unity and presents the further balkanization based on colonial borders. Peace talks commenced in Madrid just last week, 2026, between Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, and the Polisario Front. Direct implementation of the 2797 resolution was discussed. The process is moving whilst you stay behind. The autonomy framework is detailed. The peace track is alive. We call on this government to align with these developments and support a lasting solution, guided by realism, not outdated ideology, rigidity. Mr. President, your GNU celebrates market confidence, while township...
Honorable Ndlela, your time has expired.
Mandela Bay. I saw the pain in mothers' eyes. I saw families bury their loved ones. I saw tears in final goodbyes that should have never happened. On behalf of every patriot, I thank you for hearing and granting our leader, 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐿's request to deploy the army to protect our communities. Thank you, Mr. President. Too many lives has been lost. Too many families has suffered. Today, the slogan, carries true meaning. Colored lives do matter. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Basson. Are you rising on a point of order?
No.
What are you rising on?
We are done.
I want to rise people who say Mozambique when someone speak. Means you are a tribalism. You never talk about Lesotho. You never talk about Swaziland. You never talk about Zimbabwe. You are a tribalism.
Yes, they are tribalism.
Why are you crying?
It's Mwana Weta.
Honorable members, please adhere to the joint rules of the House. You can only rise on a point of order. You can only rise on a point of order. Please don't do what
Do it on the opposite
The
as
next
well.
member on the platform is Honorable Mpiti.
The rules, he must repeat.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I greet the President and the Deputy President. I begin with a quote. Johannesburg today faces enormous challenges ranging from financial and governance instability to rapidly deteriorating infrastructure. Water and electricity interruptions have become the norm. This has an enormous impact on the quality of life of citizens and the operations of business. These words spoken by you, Mr. President, while you were delivering your remarks at the 7th of March 2025 at the Johannesburg City Council chambers. Today we are forced to pause on these very words, honorable members, that ring truer and truer each and every day for the people of Johannesburg. Joe Burgers who catch taxis in the morning to go to work,
Chair,
those
Chair.
who wake up
House Chair,
early to
it's
open
me.
doors of
Yeah,
their businesses,
Chair,
those who wake up
Chairman
each
Card,
and every
right
day
here.
to drive to their jobs.
Honorable Mpiti,
The
can
elderly.
you take your seat, please? What are you rising on, Honorable Mautwe?
No, that one of the premier was sitting on the wrong
Hayi,
chair.
suphapha wena.
I think we must induct these premiers who come here and be clueless about what must
That's not
happen.
a point of order.
It's a point of order,
People
chair. He
sit
can't
in
sit
them
on that chair. That chair is for the speaker who's on the podium. He was sitting there.
Over to you, Honorable Mpiti. That's not a point of order.
No, chair is wrong. Okay, I can come and sit there.
lost.
He's
He
sitting
got
on the podium. He was sitting there. How?
Can you resume your seat? Sure.
Chair, you mustn't sleep today like you were yesterday also, so pay attention.
House Chairperson, as I continue, Joe Burgers who catch taxis in the morning to go to work, those who wake up early to open doors of their businesses, those who wake up every day to drive to the jobs, the elderly, the unemployed, school kids, the creatives, all of us who have woken up without water in Johannesburg. We have seen the breakdown of the city brick by brick, day by day. We are slowly realizing that a vote in an election is not a quick 5 minutes for a 5-year term. It is deciding as a South African, a resident, who will sit across the room from you when you do not have water, who will sit across the room from you when your roads are falling apart. Effectively, it is deciding whether you'll have a champion or an opponent across the room from you. Joe Burgers are realizing that we have had an opponent all along in the mayor of Johannesburg. We are literally watching and presiding over the death of Johannesburg as we speak. A water crisis in the economic capital of the country is shameless. A city mismanaged to the precipice of collapse is shameless. We are tired of politics that speaks to us with condescension. A politics where those we have given power to can escape the carnage that they've created and go to hotels and take showers. A politics where those have been elected, the mayor of Johannesburg says to us, don't expect too much improvements while I'm in charge. A politics where the parties who have never had an internal election in their own very organization want to lead Johannesburg tomorrow. We are not going to have that, honorable members. Maya Angelou puts this quite clearly. If someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. These politicians have shown us who they are, and it's time for us to believe them. The people of Johannesburg love their city and they are waiting for their city to love them back. This pain too shared by you, Mr. President, in the lead up to the G20 when you said, and I quote, "I found the city filthy. It is painful sight to go through to the city center. You have a number of abandoned buildings, buildings that have been hijacked that are not paying their taxes." This is why the DA in Johannesburg, through the best ranked mayor in the world in 2008, the former mayor of the best run province, premier in the country, probably the most experienced public servant in the country, the mayoral candidate of Johannesburg, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿, had decided to take action, take the city of Johannesburg to court to compel them to fund and implement the water turnaround strategy approved by council 2 years ago. This is because the DA believes in Johannesburg. We are ready to put tangible solutions for the people of Johannesburg. Honorable Chair, last month I conducted an oversight in Johannesburg to the Springbok Electron and 𝐿intokuhle and East Road informal settlements where these sites have been illegally invaded. This land has been taken, and this is why the DA has put a bill in Parliament to stop land invasions. My colleague, Honorable Emma Powell, who has fought day and night to put this legislation here in Parliament, has ensured that this House can consider that we stop land invasions in our country that are growing each and every day. Mr. President, this needs urgent attention. So in a debate about service delivery, let us not shy away from calling our failure out and presenting tangible solutions. In a debate about mediocrity, let's be honest to South Africans if we cannot do the job, so that those that can do the job. Where the DA governs, it governs the best run province, the Western Cape, the best run municipalities, the city of Cape Town and Midvaal, and the time goes on and on. We have proven this time and time again, and that's why we are saying, believe in Joburg, believe in the DA. We have proven it, we have shown that we can get it done. Thank you very much.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Honorable Premier of the Northern Cape. Over to you.
Zamani Lake.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me greet His Excellency, the President of South Africa, His Excellency, the Deputy President, honorable members of the National Assembly and NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by wishing the more than 4 million Catholics a blessed Lent period. Let me also congratulate His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, on delivering a decisive and action-oriented State of the Nation address. This is a very clear indication of a president deeply in touch with the general mood of South Africans. What is admirable about the president in his consistent display is his consistent display of gravitas, despite the avalanche of distractions. This is the kind of leadership our country really deserves. Regrettably, House Chair, the address by the President is delivered during an election year. During this season, which is marked by elections, the opposition benches are heavily spiced with politics of self-deception and thereby miss an opportunity to substantively engage with the address. In a chorus yesterday and today, the opposition parties deceptively see nothing, they hear nothing, and they feel nothing. That is positive about the country. They are completely numb to any positive developments. And this is due to election anesthesia. This is a crude form of politics of self-deception and is self-defeating, and it's modern-day politics of brinkmanship. House Chair, what South Africans can see is a desperate opposition that convince themselves of false narratives. Opposition parties that are twisting facts, opposition parties that are playing a blame game, opposition parties that are creating alternative truths, opposition parties that are Monday morning quarterbacks, and opposition parties that are loyal disciples of empty rhetoric. This House Chair is called bluffing, an exclusive focus on headlines than trend lines. Honorable 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵, is it Honorable 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵? 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵, supporting the oppressed Sahrawi people of Western Sahara can never be an outdated position. To think like that is a worst form of political bankruptcy. Supporting the Sahrawi people is timeless and is progressive internationalism. House Chair, notwithstanding this awkward display of politics of self-deception and bankruptcy, the truth must be told. The truth is that South Africans are confronted with multitude of challenges from different fronts, and the President sincerely acknowledged this in his address. But this cannot erase the fact that on a developmental front, there are major strides and positive indicators that suggest that the country is moving in the right direction. House Chair, in the Northern Cape, our governance model is deliberate, it's not an unguided drift, result-driven, people-centered, and achieve outcomes. In 2019, the province started with only 2 clean PFMA audit outcomes. Today, out of 13 auditees, we've got 9 clean audits. This signals an improved accountability ecosystem. There has been a steady growth in the GDP of the Northern Cape. 2019, 117 billion. Today, as we are speaking here, the GDP of the province is 166 billion rand. A clear sign of resilience and progress in the face of global economic crisis. And this growth in the gross domestic product comes with massive job opportunities for the people of the Northern Cape. I've learned from this that there is no such thing called as jobless growth. Yesterday's Stats SA.
Honorable Premier, can you take a seat? What are you raising on, Mr. Skhosana?
Ngikuthokoze mgcinisihlalo. Upremier wase Northern Cape uyakhuluma noma singamzwa kuhle uthi iSoweto ikulu ukudlula iNorthern Cape angazi ukuthi uyazi na. Thokoza.
That's not a point of order. Honorable Premier, can you resume your position?
Respect the Northern Cape, Skhosana.
Who's speaking? Honorable Premier, can you resume your position?
No, thank you very much. Yesterday's Stats SA unemployment report shows encouraging progress, with the Northern Cape recording a notable 4.1 reduction in official unemployment in Q4 of 2025. These are 18,000 new jobs created. This is the highest decline in unemployment in the whole country. This improvement places the Northern Cape as the second province with the lowest unemployment rate at 27.1. The province has set the following economic targets to achieve: 200 billion rand by 2030 and creating an additional 60,000 new jobs by 2030. Honorable Speaker, our province produces nearly 3 times more renewable energy than what it consumes. We account for 60% of the country's renewable energy projects. We have also been allocated the largest share of the grid expansion under the current allocation, with nearly 900 kilometers of the total of 1,400 kilometers. This will enable us to contribute even more to the South African energy economy. South Africa is the 6th largest iron ore producer and in the world, 80% of the global manganese resources are located in our province. The combination of renewable energy and mineral resources enable green steel and green manganese production. Therefore, the commitment we have from Vedanta Zinc International, 𝐽𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 Manganese, Frontier Raw Earth, and 𝐼𝐶𝐬𝐶𝐭 will strengthen our beneficiation capacity towards economic empowerment and employment. The completion of 1.5 billion phase 1 of the Gamagara pipeline helped to improve water supply to our communities in the 𝐦𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐭, ZFM
Honorable Premier,
district.
can you please read? On what are you rising, Mr. Ndlela?
No, Honorable Speaker, we wanted to know, does the Honorable Minister, the Premier here have any property at the Orania enclave? And what is he going to do about dealing with that? Sort of telling us about everything else. Tell us about the enclave of
Definitely,
Orania.
that's not a point of order. You can resume your seat.
This is the kind of bankruptcy that have infested the opposition.
Yes, yes.
Honorable Speaker, over the past 5 years, we marked a massive improvement in the National Senior Certificate pass rate, with an increase of 66% in 2020 to 88% in 2025, a rise of over 22 percentage points in 6 years. We deserve a round of applause on that. We have a total of 551 schools, including 11 special needs schools.
Speaker.
Is there?
Can you resume your seat? On what are you rising, Honorable Member?
Speaker, I want to know if the Premier is willing to take a question about the Zamani Lake.
Honorable Premier, are you prepared to take a question?
About the Zamani
Are you
Lake.
prepared to take a question?
About the Zamani Lake.
Are you prepared?
I also happy when I
But what I want to know, sir.
was going to ask Nkank.
Hey, you cannot ask a question. Are you prepared to take a question, Honorable? No, he's not prepared. Can you resume your position?
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, all key indicators in public health show significant improvements in the province. 87% of Northern Cape population uses the public health care. Life expectancy for both males and females continue to increase. Specifically, the life expectancy for males rose from 50 to 60 years by 2025. For females, life expectancy increased from 54 to 66 in 2025. The infant mortality rate down, maternal mortality rate down, all due to increase in the number of medical doctors in our public health care system, from 420 to 522 doctors. The HIV positivity rate down, from 4.5% in 2019 to 2.4% in 2023. Sexual offenses down. Over the past 5 years, we are currently at 3.4%, which is lower than the rest of the country. Care and treatment for people living with HIV/AIDS, as well as retention of antiretroviral treatment, up from 62,000 to 68,000 in 2023. House Chair, in conclusion, the
Honorable
best
Premier,
antidote,
unfortunately, your time has expired.
the best antidote
Hamba uhlala phansi, hamba uhlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi nenganekwane. Hey. Hamba phansi nenganekwane. Ngethayi yesikole. Mahojaning.
Speaker.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Peter from the NCOP.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, Bantu bonke hulumisa, members of this House. The UDM supports the State of the Nation address as tabled by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. But support does not mean silence. In the true interest of serving the people of South Africa, we rise to sharpen, strengthen and submit proposals that move this nation from promise to performance. No country survives without law. Mr. President, on the issue of illegal immigrants, the UDM wishes to comment as follows. No country can function if its laws are optional. And anyone who comes to this country legally must be prepared to abide by the law, or they will be shipped out. Fellow South Africans, you deserve a state that works, system that speaks to each other, and early warning mechanisms that stop crime before it spread. Without accurate FICA registration, SARS cannot collect revenue from all traders operating in our economy. Furthermore, law enforcement cannot properly trace or dismantle criminal syndicates operating in the underworld. South Africa urgently needs a coordinated security response plan with timeframes and the strengthening of the NPA as to be functional. South Africa's liberation history teaches us a solidarity, but protection must be credible and enforceable. If a person is granted asylum, yet voluntarily turns to the very country they claim to be free during holiday season, that state must be reviewed. You cannot be in danger today and on holiday tomorrow. Khabeni ngola nezizibhoxi. Umsebenzi wenu ukungcola. Accountability is not hostility. It is fairness. It is security. It is sovereignty. We welcome the review of the SITAs as a collective measures to ensure that skills funding delivers measurable results. Within the Department of Defense, the South African National Service Institute recently passed out over 500 young people. Mr. President, do consider ring fencing and redirecting SITA funding towards standardized study guides in mathematics, languages, accounting and entrepreneurship, mandatory practical and technical skills components. In 2001, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, Deputy President Mr. Holomisa met Matthys, a maths teacher, Chantel Melder, the CEO of SAICA, and then President of SAICA, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐿𝐴, spearheaded the Tutuka project, providing English, mathematics, and accounting study guides for grade 9 to to grade 12. Today, that project has produced over 2,000 black chartered accountants. We may need to have a tailor-made or similar setup into skills development. Mr. President, in 2023, you called the Minister of Finance to address the pension queries of former civilian servants. The affected communities is still waiting for feedback and progress reports. People are dying while the system drags its feet, and each day of delays is a day of injustice. It is even more painful to see that the funds meant to secure these pensions are being looted by the LE through the 𝐬𝐶𝐫𝐿 Fund and the PIC. Resources meant for ordinary South Africans are being diverted to enrich a few, deepening inequality and betraying public trust. How we wish that money could instead be invested in South Africa's infrastructure, generating real returns for the country and creating jobs. This is a guaranteed investment in the nation, not in private greed. The people deserve accountability and action, not corruption. Mongameli welizwe, uthethe kamnandi kwiSona. Usitsho usithi amajoni uzawahlwayela kweli lizwe. Mongameli sicela uqale ngeBhayi. Kuyabulawa eBhayi. Andikwazi ukuhamba eBhayi.
Thank you,
Abantu
Honorable Peter.
babhubhile enkosi.
Your time has now expired. The next speaker is the Honorable Lonzi.
Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, today we will not hide behind crammed quotes and flowery words as your Minister of Higher Education, Buti Manamela, did yesterday. How can the Minister of Higher Education publicly declare that there's no plan or solution to absorb all the learners that pass matric in post-secondary education? During your State of the Union address, Mr. President, of the nation address, you proudly announced that this is the highest number of matric passes in this country's history. But what is the point of celebrating statistics when you know deep down that thousands of these learners are going back home because there is no space in post-secondary education? What was even more worrying is that when we asked the Minister of Higher Education about additional spaces, he spoke to us about CET centers. CET centers are primarily designed for community education to serve adults that want to write matric or redo their examinations. They are simply not structured, funded, or even mandated to absorb the large numbers of learners who have already passed matric and are seeking post-secondary education. I don't know where Minister Nzimande is. Can you please educate the young man, because clearly he doesn't know anything about higher education. We were also not surprised when Honorable 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭 attempted to steal the victory of the EFF on data. Unfortunately for her, the people of South Africa know that it is the EFF that fought for data to expire in South Africa. But what do we expect from someone who was implicated in stealing PPEs while our people were dying during COVID-19? The data victory of the EFF is not PPE, Minister. It cannot be stolen. We won't entertain Minister Ntshavheni's statements about Economics 101 because we know that she's inspired by the CEO of Capitec, who said unemployment is 10% in South Africa.
Just take your seat for a moment, please. Please take your seat. Honorable Sona, why do you want to be recognized?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 53 of the joint rules. The Honorable Member is casting aspersion on Honorable 𝐾𝐿. He says Honorable 𝐾𝐿 is implicated in the stealing of PPEs. So he knows that he's supposed to bring a substantive motion for such a matter, Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Sona.
Hey, when I failed mayor.
Order. Thank you, Honorable Sona. I accept that that's a point of debate. Please continue.
It's all over the news. We're not going to entertain Minister Nchaveni's praise for creating jobs because just yesterday, the youth of Venda lined up in Toronto Stadium to submit their CVs to the South African National Defence Force. You should know this, Minister, because you come from that same community in Venda. But as the president of the EFF often says, when consciousness leaves you, it does not say goodbye. Today, Mr. President, we have been sent to deliver a simple message to you, one that the praise singers have no courage to tell you. On my right are CVs of youth inclusive of graduates who have been looking for jobs without success. It is a lie that they are lazy. It is a lie that they sit at home and bask under the sun like Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐿𝐵𝐿 suggests. They wake up every morning. They ask their families for the last cent. They must choose between buying bread or buying a bus ticket. They must choose between buying electricity or buying data. I listened attentively to you, President, when you said during your days you used to go door to door to look for a job. As if the youth of this country has not walked all the streets and stood in each and every traffic light looking for a job in South Africa. What an insult to the young people who stand in long lines to get a job as a waiter, as a bottle girl, as a call center agent. What an insult to the more than 900,000 youth who applied for a mere 5,000 available posts in the South African Police Service training program. What an insult to the unemployed doctors, the young educators and teachers who have spent many years equipping themselves to serve this nation. Why do you brag to us about going door to door during your time? Do you know how many young people in this country have sleepless nights, depressed, anxious, refreshing their emails, refreshing their spam emails, trying to look for that one positive email out of the 100 interviews that they participated in that particular week? Mr. President, these are just a few CVs which are gathering dust in our communities. But there are many other millions of CVs of young people who are unemployed in this country. And from now onwards, we are going to rally the youth of South Africa to physically deliver CVs at the doors of the union buildings, at the doors of parliament, and in the office of Honorable 𝐻𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿. We are going to publicly share your official email addresses, not the fake ones you put on Google, so that the youth can send you all our CVs each and every day until you take the struggle of joblessness serious in South Africa. On my left, Mr. President, this box carries the cases of students who have completed all their academic qualifications or requirements, but universities are withholding their degrees because they owe the university debt. Why do you withhold the degree of a student that owes you money? Because it is the very degree that must be the key that unlocks employment opportunities for them to be able to have a monthly income. Give them their degree so that they can be able to go and seek a job. We want to take this opportunity, President, to tell you that these boxes are very heavy. They are heavy with disappointment, they are heavy with anger, they are heavy with hunger, they are heavy with the false hope and the fake dreams that you have been selling the youth of South Africa. We want to thank all the key stakeholders that have participated in the final draft of the Student Debt Relief Bill of the EFF. We are now ready and prepared to present the bill before this House. We want to see, Mr. President, who are you going to stand with in the struggle of student debt? Who are you going to stand with? Are you going to be with the students? Are you going to be with the youth of South Africa? Or are you going to abandon them? We are submitting these CVs to you, even though you ran away. The Deputy President will give them to you.
Order, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is the Honorable 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐵𝐿.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, members of the House, I rise to address this House on behalf of the people of the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape is consistently an afterthought. The President's State of the Nation address was just another example of this. The people in the Eastern Cape marched on Monday to demand
the deployment of the SANDF in gang-riddled Nelson Mandela Bay communities after the metro was left out of the President's speech. And whilst our calls have now been answered, it should never have taken a march. The people of the Eastern Cape matter as much as any other South African matters in this country. Crime in our province is out of control. Annual statistics show that you are still more likely to get raped and murdered in the Eastern Cape than anywhere else in the country. SAPS is failing at every turn due to catastrophic underfunding and lack of resources. Nelson Mandela Bay should have featured in Sona. But the people of the Eastern Cape are all too familiar with broken promises and policy cycles and band-aid solutions that do not address systemic failures of governance. Chairperson, the Eastern Cape is a province of extraordinary resilience. It is the birthplace of
Are
giants.
you from Eastern Cape?
Order, honourable members. The next member that unmutes without being recognised.
It is the birthplace of giants, rich in its history, culture, and natural beauty. It is home of agricultural strength, manufacturing potential, world-class ports, an automotive sector that anchors Nelson Mandela Bay and Buffalo City. But just because we are resilient does not mean we can be an afterthought or completely ignored. Nelson Mandela Bay is the economic powerhouse of the Eastern Cape, backed by several powerful industries that employs tens of thousands of people. It is uniquely positioned between two harbours, including the 𝐵𝐶𝐻 Deep Water Port and 𝐶𝐭 Special Economic Zone. But a city's potential cannot be realised without leadership that delivers, budgets that work, and accountability that means something. Over the last 2 financial years, Nelson Mandela Bay has sent back more than R1 billion in unconditional grant funding. The leadership gets the money, but they cannot spend it. It now faces a further R440 million withdrawal from the National Department of Human Settlements because of severe underspending. It is unforgivable. The midterm performance report tells the story. The city has only met 16.67% of its basic service delivery targets, a sure sign of weak and disinterested leadership. Most recently, there was almost a city-wide week-long power outage due to the collapse of pylons which had rusted all the way through. Honourable Chairperson, unemployment remains painfully high. Our youth unemployment is even higher. The latest statistics show that over half of our population cannot find work. Over the past 2 years, more than 6,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost in Nelson Mandela Bay alone. Service delivery failures have eroded trust. Councils across the province are collapsing. In many towns, waste collection, reliable power and maintained roads are now only pipe dreams. In most municipalities, infrastructure is not being replaced or maintained. Criminals constantly vandalize the little bit of functional infrastructure that we have left. And in some areas, it is starting to resemble a war zone. Water insecurity is no longer a distant threat. It is the norm. And most of this is caused by inept municipalities who cannot maintain their infrastructure. Mr. President, imagine a city where you have a massive water, electricity, and sanitation infrastructure backlog, but you are given the money to address the problem, but you send it straight back to National Treasury. Now imagine having a 70,000 housing unit backlog in the same city, and you can't spend that money. Even the poor is getting poorer in Nelson Mandela Bay. But it's not. It's not a funding problem. It is a governance problem. It is a management problem. Nelson Mandela Bay has seen no less than 48 municipal managers since 2009, roughly one every 3 months. Our current city manager has been suspended, sitting at home since October 2023, earning in excess of 7 million rand during that time. Honourable Chairperson, we are witnessing a dangerous brain drain from government, particularly at local government. In Nelson Mandela Bay, even highly competent senior officials who have delivered financial stability and clean governments have been driven from office by intimidation and political interference. To get local government working again, we need skilled, non-partisan engineers, town planners, artisans, plumbers, electricians, auditors. People who get the work done regardless of politics, not because of it. And we need new, ethical, value-driven leaders. Leaders who know what the problems are and are relentless in pursuing them. We need DA leadership. Budgets means nothing without competence. Honourable Chairperson, the President has rightfully acknowledged many of these challenges in his address. And if water is the single most important issue, then let the Eastern Cape see immediate measurable intervention in failing systems. If municipal dysfunction is acknowledged, then let professional appointments replace cadre deployment. If procurement is the root of corruption, then let every tender be transparent, defensible, and free from manipulation. The fight against corruption must reach municipal offices, procurement units, and those who have treated resources as personal opportunity. The infrastructure investment program must translate into working rail, efficient ports, reliable electricity, and maintained water system in our province as well. And the SME funding must reach township entrepreneurs, not just those connected with politicians. The electronic vehicle incentives must support the automotive value chain in our region, protecting and expanding jobs in Nelson Mandela Bay as well as Buffalo City, and the professionalization of local government cannot be optional. The Eastern Cape Chairperson does not lack talent. It lacks consistent governance. Imagine what this province could be under a disciplined, ethical, and competent administration. Imagine a Nelson Mandela Bay that works under a DA-led administration, a city with functioning infrastructure, safe public spaces, efficient port logistics, and thriving small businesses. Imagine young artisans trained through a reformed skills system feeding directly into manufacturing plants. Imagine municipal finance managed transparently with revenue invested into maintenance instead of diverted to patronage networks. These things are possible. The Democratic Alliance has shown what can be achieved through good governance where it governs. But it requires political will, administrative courage, and relentless oversight. Honourable President, the Eastern Cape has given this country business and political leaders of formidable stature. We stand back for no one. But our people have been patient. They will no longer be fooled. They are hopeful, but they are not naive. In the end, history will not judge this administration by the elegance of our speeches. It will judge it by where the taps run, where the streets are safe, where the jobs exist, and where the hope is restored.
Hallelujah.
The Eastern Cape stands to shine. It's ready to shine. Nelson Mandela Bay stands ready to lead. What we require is governance that matches our potential. Let's get Nelson Mandela Bay and the Eastern Cape working again.
Amen. Praise the Lord. Amen.
Amen, Mzalwane.
The next speaker is the Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Chair.
Chair. Please just take a seat for a moment. Honourable Minister, please just take a seat for a moment. Honourable Malema, why do you want to be recognized?
Mr. President, when you were outside, young people left CVs and the dates on your table.
No,
The
thank you,
Speaker
Honourable Malema.
took care of them. Please attend to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Malema. That's not an intervention in terms of our rules. Honourable Minister, please continue.
House Chair, Mr. President, fellow members, this year we celebrate our democratic constitution, which 30 years ago President Nelson Mandela signed into law. Our constitution requires government to pursue transformation policies that meet people's socio-economic needs and redress the injustices and inequalities created by colonialism, apartheid, and patriarchy, so that we continuously strive, as the preamble calls on us to do, to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. An effective and efficient transport and logistics system will ensure that citizens can access their socio-economic needs. Our country's transport system will facilitate job creation, promote inclusive economic growth, and ensure the affordable, safe, and timely movement of people and goods. Across the world, and indeed in our own continent, new forces are shaping the transport and logistics sector. The uncertain geopolitical context offers both new opportunities and risks. Rail infrastructure corridors and port upgrades in the SADC region offer regionalized trade routes for Southern Africa. Decarbonization, digitization, and e-commerce are driving a technological revolution, which we must embrace and join. Accordingly, transport sector reform in our own country is urgent and imperative. And while we are happy, Honourable Lonzi, to note that the transport sector created 28,000 net jobs in the last quarter of 2025, we still feel there is little time to delay. The National Rail Policy of South Africa aims to position the rail sector as the backbone of the transport value chain. Trucking, buses, and taxis will always play a significant role in an integrated transport system. In this year, we will release for public comment the National Rail Master Plan to give expression to our long-term vision for the future of rail. The roadmap for the freight logistics system in South Africa clarifies that strategic infrastructure such as rail lines and ports will remain in public ownership as assets belonging to the South African people as a whole. To this end, we must assure the country that we will do all in our power to rebuild and modernize the capabilities, operational effectiveness, and competitiveness of our state-owned freight logistics operator. And we are pleased that in November we were allocated 8 billion rand by the budget facility for infrastructure to upgrade the iron ore and coal lines. Our third-party access framework is anchored by the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager, who published the first iteration of the network statement in December 2024. This milestone provided the industry with an opportunity to have complete information about the state of the entire rail network, and we are now on course to publish the second iteration. In the new financial year, we will formally establish the Transport Economic Regulator so that going forward, port and rail fees are independently determined to ensure a level playing field for all operators. To date, TRIM has conditionally awarded train slots covering 24 million tonnes per annum to 11 South African-owned train operating companies, the first of which will start to operate in April 2027. Open access to the rail network will allow train operating companies to increase the volume of goods transported by rail and ensure that South African minerals, vehicles, and agricultural produce reach SADC, Africa, and international markets, securing jobs and earning much needed revenue. As there are limited state resources to upgrade our rail network, this makes private sector infrastructure investment critical. Transnet is working hard to ensure they draw up requests for proposals based on the information we received last year. As things stand, the targeted requests, Richards Bay Dry Bulk Terminal, will go out this month. The Manganese Corridor, which runs from the Northern Cape to the Eastern Cape, and which, when completed, will ensure that we take all the dust out of the town of 𝐃𝐨𝐬𝐵𝐿 and move that operation to the port of 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐬, will go out in mid-year, and the container corridor towards the end of 2026. To decrease backlogs and increase port volumes, Transnet has embarked on extensive upgrading and maintenance of our port infrastructure that has increased tonnage to 252 million tons in this financial year, compared with 239 last year. The Passenger Rail Agency has restored nearly 37 out of 40 priority corridors and has put 300 South African manufactured trains to carry 106 million passenger journeys this year on the PRASA network. Because signalling remains the most abiding constraint, we are taking advice as we upgrade signalling on how we will improve the current system and run up to 4 trains per hour that will dramatically increase the number of passengers we carry under current conditions. Last year in September, we launched a request for information for passenger rail. Specifically included here is rapid regional rail between Gauteng, Messina, Mbombela, and eThekwini. Mr. President, it is our wish to find a financially sustainable and affordable model to enable us to reintroduce long-distance rail. It's a difficult task you have given us, but we will spare no effort because we know that many citizens would find it much, much more convenient to travel regionally by rail. SANRAL is responsible for 31,000 kilometers of our national road network, and they have extensive programs, including the R537 Moloto Road upgrade, the N2 and the N3 upgrade in KwaZulu-Natal. And let me say, honourable members, that the upgrade to the N2 is the biggest single investment that SANRAL has made over the last couple of years. And by the time that road is finished, it will substantially improve safety and cut down on travel costs. Not only does SANRAL produce great road infrastructure, but last year they created 35,000 job opportunities, provided support to over 2,000 small and medium enterprises, and a lot of technical training to young graduates so that dozens and dozens of them can find formal employment with what they have learned. Mr. President, we have indeed turned a corner. Reforms in the transport sector are moving, and we will ensure that they move with ever greater speed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Before I call on the next speaker, Honourable Reddy, right at the back, why do you want to be recognised?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I rise on a point of procedure. The matter has been raised with the table staff, and we were assured that this will be corrected during the course of the sitting. Unfortunately, it has not. The point that we want to raise is that MK Party is the official opposition, and if you look at past traditions, whenever the Sona debate took place, it was the official opposition that had the final right of reply before the executive. And that has not been corrected. I urge you to correct that now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Reddy. Look, I am aware that of course, in terms of our speaking order, the official opposition, not necessarily the second largest party, always have the right to field the first speaker in the debate after the executive has introduced the matter. And my understanding has always been that that's part of a political agreement to give effect to the fact that we are having a political debate. My understanding has not been that that necessarily extends to the closure of the debate. I would, however, advise, this is a joint sitting and we have a joint rules committee, which meets, well, there's rules committees in the two different houses, which then ultimately can contribute towards the joint rules. And if there is a strong feeling that this must be institutionalized, my advice is to take it to the different rules committees. So for now, I'm, as the presiding officer, not in a position to turn around or swap around speakers on the speaking list or the order of speakers. Thank you. The next speaker, yes, I see further hands. Honorable 𝐼𝐸𝐾𝐿, why do you want to be recognized? Is that a new matter?
Yes, Chair, it's directly related to your response on this matter. The Honourable Member, through you, is part of a structure called the Chief Whips Forum of the National Assembly. And he has never raised that issue there. I think the problem we're dealing with is that no one knows who is the Chief Whip of the MKP. That's the problem.
Honourable 𝐼𝐸𝐾𝐿, you're now not assisting. I've made firstly a ruling, so I don't need assistance with the ruling, and your remark there is not assisting the process. I see further.
But how many chief whips do they have?
Order. Dr. 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐾𝐿.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, House Chair. I think what might assist, Chair, is to ensure that things are put in order. When you walk through the Marx building, you see the DA labeled as the official opposition.
Yeah,
That is part of the confusion.
Yeah.
So can we ensure that as we correct these things, that the DA is properly placed as part of government?
Yeah.
And the official opposition is the
Honourable
MKP.
members, I've been patient now, and now the Honourable Matthys also wants a bite at the cherry. I've been very patient. Honourable Matthys, I'll give you an opportunity just now.
Thank you, Chair. You're always patient with me. I
No,
appreciate it.
just stand
But
down
Chair,
for
we
a
also
moment. Just stand down for a moment. Let me just address what the Honourable
okay, thank
𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐾𝐿 has raised. This is also not assisting Honourable 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐾𝐿. That matter around signage or whatever can be attended to, but it's of no relevance to us here today. I'm going to have the Honourable Matthys, and then we must move on with the debate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's always better to move on after the EFF. But, Chair, we do have a problem because the DA, they are in government. Even yesterday, there's now a title called second largest party.
Yeah.
It has never existed. And we are here in public, so the whole public is seeing the second largest. We don't know. There's no second largest. So it must just be noted. We don't know.
Yeah.
And Honourable 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐾𝐿 isn't even putting up his hand. He's about to even exit the DA. So
Thank
I
you,
don't know
Honourable
why he's there.
Matthys. Thank you.
There's
Honourable
only one
members.
largest party,
No.
ANC.
We are still busy with the debate on the Sona. Honourable 𝐵𝐶𝐿, unless you're going to raise a new point of order.
There's nothing is going to raise.
Thank you, Chair. 𝐼𝐸𝐾𝐿, uyavuma ukuthi umkhonto wesizwe party is an official opposition la ngaphakathi na. You must agree on that, Chair.
Honourable
You
𝐵𝐶𝐿,
cannot
no.
deny that, Chair.
Honourable 𝐵𝐶𝐿, I've made the ruling I've advised that the matter be taken to the two rules.
No, but do you agree that we are an official opposition party
members,
here?
Honourable members, we need to move on now.
No, but do you agree, Chair? I'm asking you.
Thank you.
Go ask him outside. We're busy.
No, Chair.
We're busy.
No, Chair.
No, honourable members, I've dealt with the matter. Even if all of you want to give me the power to swap around speakers, I'm not authorized to do that. I really want us to move on, and there's still further members. They're raising hands. Honourable members, I've pleaded with you that unless it's a new matter, we must move on. Honourable Mantashe, is it a new matter?
Sorry, Honourable Speaker. We're debating issue that does not belong here.
Yes.
Please lead us properly. We can't just discuss anything that is put on the floor. We are discussing the state of the nation.
Yes.
That's what we're discussing. Anything else, my where it belongs, then ibuye is up.
Thank you. You indeed. No. Honourable members. Honourable members, I can't keep unrecognized members who want to litigate the matter. I'm going to call the next speaker on the order paper now. The Honourable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐤𝐻𝐿𝐵.
Chair.
Honourable Malema, is it a new matter?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, it is incorrect to suggest that the order of speakers is not a relevant question belonging to this House.
No.
We are not speaking in a sheep crawl. We are speaking in Parliament, and that matter is arisen here. Therefore, it is a relevant place to be raised. However, you have made a ruling, but the insinuation that the matter does not belong here is misleading.
No. Honourable Malema, thank you. We have structures and platforms in this Parliament which deals with our rules and our orders. It cannot be litigated in a full sitting. The Honourable 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐤𝐻𝐿𝐵.
Is she new? She's another new one.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I make no apology as I rise to salute President Jacob Zuma, a leader they have vilified, a leader they have tried to destroy, yet a leader that the people of South Africa will never stop loving. Chairperson, where I come from in KwaZulu-Natal, ugogo wami used to tell us about terrifying creatures called 𝐼𝐻𝐵𝐿𝐵. Monsters that eat everything in their path as they rule by fear. Today, I stand in this house and say I have seen one with my very own eyes. He is 𝐬𝐵𝐿𝐵 that has eaten the ANC from the inside out, and in doing so, he has begun to consume the future of South Africa. He stood here before this nation and promised a new dawn. What we are living today is a new dawn in long, dark nights. A night of record of unemployment. A night where economic growth exists only in his speeches. A night where young...
You take your seat, please. Please take your seat.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 52 of the joint rules on the use of unparliamentary language. The honourable member is referring to the president as 𝐬𝐵𝐿𝐵. Meaning that the president is a monster. Can you please show that, Chair?
Chair. Chair.
Can we have order in the House?
Chair.
Let them wear it. Uyilo.
Who the cap fits, let them wear it. Uyilo, izimzi.
Some of you yesterday you say we are papa.
Can I please make
Some of you say we are papa yesterday.
Honorable members.
Tiger.
Whoa. Honorable members, those of you who are choosing to unmute yourselves without being recognized, or please ask to immediately desist. Honorable member, thank you for your point of order. I'm afraid with the level of noise in the chamber, I was unable to hear. We will have to consult Hansard and listen for the comments that were made, and we undertake to do so. Having said that, honorable members, I do believe that we all know the rules of the House when it relates to decorum and the manner in which we address each other, and I therefore ask you, Honorable Mokoena, to continue with your speech.
He stood here before the nation and promised a new dawn. But what we are living today, ladies and gentlemen, is not a new dawn. It is a long, dark night. A night of record unemployment, a night when economic growth exists only in speeches, a night where young people have stopped believing that their lives will be better than those of their parents. He said, Tumamina. His new name is Tuladu. We sent you to create jobs, and you sent back unemployment. We sent him to fix the state, and he sent back commissions. We sent him to restore hope, and he sent back load shedding. South Africa does not suffer from the shortage of plans. South Africa suffers from a shortage of leadership. 3 weeks ago, the members of 𝐿ZA's party embarked on what has now become the most successful back-to-school program in South Africa. We restored dignity to our learners, bringing real relief to the struggling families and reaching schools in government where they have been neglected for years. Kwase kwatatazela amasela-ke o-MEC, ama-minister all over the provinces trying to stop umkhonto wesizwe. It was a demonstration of organizational capacity, the political will we have emkhontweni wesizwe, because you said you are the servant of the people, but the servant of the people does not perform a symbolical secrecy of hidden wealth. You, President, will forever be remembered for one image, dollars concealed on a sofa in Palapal.
Honorable Mokoena, can I ask you to resume your seats again, please? We have a point of order.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. I did not want to do this, but is the member getting married after this debate?
Yes. Yes.
It's
Honorable
your perfect
member, I think we all know that's not a point of order. Honorable Mokoena, please continue your speech.
Honorable Chair, where I come from, we wear white when you go to funerals. Today is the burial site of the GNU. From the moment every word about ethics is lost meaning because of you, every promise to fight corruption sounded hollow.
Honorable Mokoena, once again, please take your seat. Honorable Malema, on what are you rising?
No, thanks, Chair. I thought you'll rule on that point of order where a man mocks a dress of a woman, and those who laugh the loudest are women themselves.
Whoa!
It can't be that a man must be analyzing how a woman is dressed in Parliament. It's the most sexist statement ever, and he should have ruled on that. And women who claim to be feminists are the ones who are clapping the loudest. Shame on you.
GPV. GNU women. It's GNU women.
It has been an engaging 2 days, and we have shown remarkably good discipline for 2 days. We're in the last stretch before the end of the debate, and I urge you to maintain that same level of discipline and decorum. Please, honourable members, let's not throw accusations and rude remarks to one another. I do think we need to still address each other with respect in this House. Joint sitting and in the individual houses, we have a tradition of respect. Let's uphold that, and let's remember that we should respect each other when we're addressing. Can I then ask you, Honourable Mokoena, to please continue?
Chair.
Honourable
Chair.
Mokoena, I have another point of order. Please sit. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Chair, I think the honorable thing to do is to ask the member to withdraw that statement. If now that it has been clarified that it's wrong what he said, we appeal to his conscience to withdraw that statement in honor of women of this country.
When has Malema become gender activist?
Minister?
GPV. Oh, let's see, withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do not know why we want to disempower the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member responded and say her dress code is a symbol of celebration because so that woman has taken out the power. He does not need a man to fight for her. And also, so the fact that you want to speak on behalf of a woman who's empowered and defended, she's very strong. She has put her point across.
Don't take her agency away. No, you must submarine minister. You even in the
Thank you very
office
much.
of the presidency.
Honourable
Submarine.
We are not a lawyer. We are such an
Thank you very much.
embarrassment.
Honourable Zamandi, what is your
The
point of order?
president, we are an embarrassment to the country.
Sexist apologist. They started yesterday.
Honourable Nzamande?
No, Chair, sicela ukuthi abavele bahoxise ngoba lento abayenzayo ayilunganga. Yingakho beluza nama-vote nje ngoba abanambeko.
Ikwenzile izolo.
Honourable members, I believe I made my ruling already. I did request all members to continue treating each other with decorum and respect. I do think that the Honourable Mokoena responded adequately, and I think we should continue unless, Honourable Matthys, you have something new you would like to raise.
No, Chair, you have not asked him to withdraw. He's even laughing there. He thinks he's at a bar here drinking.
Honourable Matthys, I think you should be addressing the chair. Thank you.
Point of order on you, Chair. You are not respecting the woman here in this parliament. You're not protecting us, right here in parliament. If it's not Cyril Ramaphosa who laughs at EFF members getting beat up, you just saying you've made a ruling. No, he must stand up and he must withdraw. He's laughing.
It's not Cyril Ramaphosa, it's President Cyril Ramaphosa.
President to you, President to you, President to you.
Call it Mandisa, so, and you didn't rule.
President Ramaphosa to you.
President Ramaphosa, even worse,
Honourable
he was
Matthys.
laughing while EFF women were beat up.
Honourable Matthys,
2022.
we cannot hear you. Your microphone is not appropriate.
ANC people are just
There you
talking
go.
and presenting.
Honourable Matthys, can I ask you to desist from addressing members directly?
Okay, I'm going to talk slowly now.
Yes.
Chair, I'm calling order on you. And I'm looking at that honorable member who's busy insulting women and then he still laughs. And you think it's okay, no chair? You think, no chair, I'm still talking. You think that it's okay to just make a ruling and you are not asking him to stand up and he must apologize.
Honourable
that he
Matthys.
did a point of order.
Honourable
You are protecting
Matthys.
us. This GNU just continues abusing women here in parliament.
Honourable
and you'll
Matthys,
do
if I can
nothing
ask you
about
to
it.
turn off your microphone. Thank you very much. I have made my ruling, Honourable Matthys. If you have a problem with it, I think you know what the arrangements are for that, and you can make the appropriate comments in writing to the Joint Rules Committee. Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
No, Chair, I want to suggest that rather than allowing the House to degenerate, we should ask you to let the member proceed. But before we adjourn today, you listen to the hindsight and make a ruling on the matter.
I'm sorry, Honourable Member, I've made my ruling already. I think the member should proceed. She also dealt with the matter. Let's allow Honourable Mokoena Zondi to conclude her speech. Thank you, Honourable Mokoena Zondi. Please take the microphone.
Chair, you are protecting an 82 million rand defroster there.
We need a better life.
That one. 82 million rand froster. That's what you are protecting.
Chair, where white monopoly capital remains untouched in this country because they own you. Spatial apartheid remains intact. The Western Cape is curated like a European enclave, while Gugulethu and Khayelitsha resemble war zones. The GNU now wants to deploy the South African Defence Force while the economic structure that produces the violence remains protected. You want us to turn the province into a Palestine war zone in Gugulethu and turn Gugulethu into Gaza. We say no to an economic geography that mirrors colonial design in the land of our forebearers. This is not accidental, it is systematic. Deploy special task force elite units to confront the criminal networks in the Western Cape and Gauteng today. As the MK Party, we reject a future where South Africans become a playground for global elites while its people survive on its own social grind. We remain nation managed by rating agencies. We reject that we are managed by rating agencies. We demand land justice. We demand economic sovereignty. We demand free education. We demand disciplined nation building. We demand water, electricity, the rights and privileges of people living with disadvantages. We demand secure borders and manage immigration. We demand the restoration of traditional authority. We demand accountability across all arms of state, including the judiciary. South Africa is not facing a temporary crisis. We are living through a lost decade. A decade where lights went out and never truly came back. A decade where the rail and ports stopped moving within this economy. Ramaphosa, 25,000 Tongaat unit workers are preparing for unemployment under your economy. Entire communities of the KZN are watching their livelihoods collapse before your very own eyes. And you come to this house and speak to us about growth and renewal. You will go down in the history as the president who can turn sugar into joblessness. Do not ask us to celebrate progress while 25,000 families are being pushed to poverty. Tongaat Unit is not a balance sheet. It is the heartbeat of the rural towns of the KZN. It is small-scale growers and workers who carried this industry through generations. And under your leadership, the heartbeat is being silenced. So do not make a mockery of our pain. Uthi kuthina umnotho uyakhula kanti empeleni uthatha ushukela uphendula inyembezi zabantu. History will not remember you as the architect of a new dawn. History will remember you as the president of South Africa's lost decade. And the most truthful truth is, it was not done by you. It was done by you deliberately. We will continue teaching you how to govern through the school of �𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵 that was founded by President Jacob Zuma. A school that understands that leadership is not theory, it is delivery. Our communities can rest assured that after the 2026 local government elections, izwe lizobuyela ebantwini. We are here in Parliament and you never believed it would happen. But because of your stolen votes, we managed to stay with a few. We are here in Parliament as seeing Dawo. We are the voice, we will be the shield and the instrument through which the power will return to its people. And as our elders taught us in KwaZulu-Natal, �nyoko ekhanda, namhlanje sizonishaya ekhanda.
Honorable 𝐿𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵, can you take your seat, please? Honorable member, on what are you rising?
Honorable Chair, the member on the floor has again made an allegation that votes were stolen. And that is something that she must bring to a substantive motion. Otherwise, she must withdraw that. There were no votes that were stolen. There were absolutely no votes that were stolen. The MK lost fair and square.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, if you can,
It's not an allegation.
allow me space to make a ruling. I believe, honorable member, that is a point for debate and one which will be debated hotly in the recreation room at the back. Honorable Mokoena Zondi, if you can continue with your speech, please.
Our pin.
And as our leader taught us in KZN, Chair.
Honorable Mantashe, if you can resume your seat, please.
Sit down, Mantashe. Sit down, Tiger.
Ehlisa Tiger.
Baba.
Sit down, Uncle Kwisi.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
Tiger.
Honorable Mokoena Zondi, please continue.
As our elders taught us in 𝐾ZN, ukuthi inyoka ibulawa ekhanda, ishaywe ekhanda. Namhlanje sizoshaya iGNU emakhanda. Sizoniququda nonke. Because when the head fails, the whole nation suffers. But 𝐼𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐻 of our stories ruled through fear. But they were always defeated the moment the people stood up. And this year, in the local government elections, people will stand up and call you by your name. Today, we have called you by your name. Uwuthula tu. And the people of South Africa are no longer afraid of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief comments. Honorable Mokoena Zondi.
Chair.
Honorable members.
Chair.
Yes, sir. On what are you rising?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, we are not happy with how we are treating members of the MK party here. It was her median speech, and you did not tell the House that. Two, every time when our members are speaking on the podium, they get interrupted by the ANC people. ANC people must keep quiet when we educate them. People of Brown Mokoti must keep quiet when we educate them.
You keep quiet.
Procedural.
Honorable
It's
member,
procedural.
I'm afraid.
Pule, Mantashe. On your sifa.
Honorable members, if I can ask you to mute your microphones, please. Honorable member, when a maiden moves from one village or a lady moves from one village to another, she doesn't regrow her virtues. The honorable member has made many speeches in the National Council of Provinces, and this is not her maiden address. Honorable members, the next speaker at the podium will be the National Council of Provinces of the 𝐜𝐻𝐶𝐭 Province, and that is the Honorable Maraniso. Honorable Maraniso.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder.
Honorable Maraniso, if I can ask you to take your seat while we hear.
Honorable Chair, I'm very concerned that you use the example of a village for our member. Do you know anything about a village?
What rule are you rising
You can't refer and use an example of villages. I think you must use a different example. Why a
On
village?
what rule, member? On what
Why
rule?
are you using an example of a village?
What's it called?
Honorable member, if you choose to look my history up, I come from a village called Hendley-on-Klip. Honorable Maraniso, if I can ask you to take the podium and begin with your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder, Honorable members, Honorable President, Deputy President, all protocol observed. Members, I want to start by congratulating Honorable Mokoena. You look beautiful though. Honorable President, I want to send the message from people of Sporong in Randfontein, where I come from, just to indicate to you that their request has been heard. They are the ones who have called for SANDF to come and intervene. I want to congratulate as well the councillor and the Randburg City for being there throughout. I was shocked when Honorable Desmond from West Rand couldn't petition the issues of the sinkholes to you and said nothing. But I want to tell you that it is important that tomorrow when you respond, you must tell us what is it that you can intervene with regards to the issues of the sinkholes in Mirafo, in the West Rand. Honorable Chairperson, one would want to indicate to the President that during his Sona speech, you were very clear in terms of the challenges, and indeed all members who came before here, they reiterated those particular challenges. The first step of a revolutionary is to tell the truth. Honorable Josie, I want to tell you when Honorable Manamela was acknowledging and appreciating the challenges in his sector, it was not for the fact that he has failed, but to say that these are the challenges and this is what we need to respond to.
You just spoke here, Honorable Lozi, about Honorable Malema telling us that when consciousness leaves you, it doesn't tell you. Let me tell you, the person who has actually said those words is President Kgalema Motlanthe. So I want to tell you, you can Google, Honorable Kgalema Motlanthe told us that when consciousness leaves you, it doesn't tell you. Because he was emphasizing the fact that at all times, we must not divorce ourselves from our thinking. When we speak, we must connect the mind to the heart.
Honorable
and-
Mananiso, can you take your seat? Honorable Member, on what are you rising?
Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo.
What rule?
Ngiba ukuthi
Rule. Amadoda harasa abafazi. Hayibo.
hayi khuluma Chair.
I can hear you, Honorable Member. Continue.
Yeah, abantu abanganambeko abangakhuliswanga kahle ubabona la. Now, ongaphambili lo ojamileko akumtshele ukuthi akakhulume nesitshaba ayekela usitshela into asitshela zona lezi. Ngiyakuthokoza.
Point of order.
Member, I think we're all aware that's not a point of order. Honorable Mananiso, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. You never disappoint. You always send nothing. Honorable members, I want to concentrate on issues of people that have petitions to me. I want to indicate as well to our fellow South Africans that the issue of the national disaster has been discussed in the previous parliament, sixth parliament, in terms of what is it that we want to see as women of this country. And I can recall vividly so that multi-party caucus, one of the issues that we've been deliberating on is GBV. In a sense that we say that when you speak, when you address issues of GBVF, you must ensure that you leave no one behind, being a disabled person, being LGBTQIA+ societies, being vulnerable, marginalized, and oppressed people. And indeed, in your speech, you are very clear in terms of those that you think that must be included and prioritized as we address gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable members and Honorable President, I want you to address the issue of the chronicles of GNU. When everything goes well, it's us as partners. But when it's bad, it's the ANC. So when you speak with them, when you speak on issues of statement of intent, you must touch on that issue. Honorable members, I was to indicate to your good selves that in terms of GBVF, we have 100 days program of action that includes all the sectors. That includes the GCPS, those who are sitting at the Select Committee of Security and Justice, they understand what is it that I'm talking about. That sector seeks to address issues that we've been dealing with of duplication of programs, duplication of resources, yet not addressing the problem. So what is happening, honorable members and fellow South Africans, in that particular multi-sectoral, integrated program approach is that everybody identifies her pillar or his pillar as the department and speak on what is it that they will be doing in 100 days. And I can tell you, President, one of the responses that 100 days has made is issues of maintenance. To us, issues of maintenance as women is not only issues of economical issues. They touch on socio-economic issues of our realities as Black women, in particular in South Africa. So, you go now to any magistrate court, you can get a report that tells you in terms of how far are they in terms of collection, and it is digital. The issues of protection order, we're no longer dealing about withdrawal of when you are in a honeymoon, then you go and withdraw. No. You go and withdraw, there are consequences. So it shows that we are very responsive in terms of dealing with the GBVF. Honorable President, I want to say to you, the narrative of a survivor and a beneficiary differ. Honorable Nongceba, when she was here, she was very correct to say that Pagama. That's what you said, that South Africa rise. Because as the president, you know the inability and the ability of people that you are leading. Honorable President, I want to petition to you to say, whatever that we did during G20, let us use all the modalities, the techniques, and every plan that we could have executed. Because if it worked when we were receiving the chaba, it can work every day to ensure that we build safer communities. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ryder, you know one of the programs that we conducted at the NCOP during our provincial week, it was to visit the Women's Living Monument in Tshwane. We visited the Women's Monument in Tshwane because we understand the significance of the role of women of South Africa in terms of their history. And I want to indicate to you, President, that we want your intervention that come March, as we celebrate International Women's Day, that monument is opened to honor 𝐿 Sophie de Bruyn. Honorable President, we are not bad as a country. South Africa is one of the countries that is coordinating issues of neighboring countries in terms of common agenda, and where we think that neighboring countries are a problem and we are a problem to them. And the reason why today as the NCOP we were dealing about the one-stop border post bill, it is because of we think that it's one of the critical bill that can assist us to speak on immigration, to speak on citizenship, to speak on refugee. And we know that all those issues, they can be addressed if we have proper regularities and legislation that all of us can abide to. I want to share a story from where I come from in Mohlakeng.
Honorable Mananiso, if I can ask you to take your seat again, please. On what are you rising, Honorable Member?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the member has nothing to say. He must just sit down.
On which rule?
She's just singing for
What
supper.
rule are you rising
She's
on?
just
Rule?
singing for supper.
Honorable Member,
She's not saying
I think
anything.
you're aware that there is a rule that relates
Sit down, sit
to
down.
frivolous points of order.
Unomona.
Please allow the member to continue with her debate. Honorable Mananiso, please remove.
MK men are cowards. You are harassing
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. 𝐶𝐿. We know them, they are like this. They would learn. I heard Honorable Mokoena speaking about the president, long dark nights. I was not shocked. They deal with night shift. The leadership, you are in today, in the morning, at night, then you change it. So that is why she was speaking about the dark night clouds. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chair, I wanted to relate a story. President, Honorable President, in
Honorable
Mohlakeng,
members, please respect the speaker at the podium, especially if she's from your own party.
Okay. Honorable President, the people of Mohlakeng heard you clearly because they understand social sovereignty. That you cannot go and start somewhere like those who went to Russia. You start home, you deal with domestic issues, and then you can go somewhere. Honorable Lamola will speak on those issues. But I want to just share with the country in terms of what happened in Mohlakeng just immediately after your announcement. Just after your announcement, men and women, youth, sectors, and people from the rural of Mohlakeng, they decided that SANDF and law enforcement agencies won't do this thing alone of dealing with safer communities, and safer space. And then they decided to join hands.
Honorable Mananiso, please take your seat again. Honorable Member.
Mqinisihlalo ohle okhuluma ngaphambili irrelevant and akhulumako it's got nothing to do with Sona. Please akahlale phansi Chair.
Walandini.
Indoda ethanda ukukhuluma indoda ethanda ukukhuluma
ukwazi ukukhuluma kahle.
Khuluma
Khipha
too much.
amazinyo Sikhosana ukwazi ukukhuluma kahle asukuzwa uthi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I said, Mkhwenyana anke disappoint.
Chair.
Honorable Mananiso.
Uyabhema yini
Chair.
Sikhosana? Khweleta mkhwenyana.
Yeah, Honorable Mananiso is right.
Mkhwenyana. Take abafazi be-ANC Sikhosana, please.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Mkhwenyana.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I want to plead with you to protect our speaker on the podium. She didn't mention anyone's name on a point of procedure. Can you please protect her so that she can finish her debate?
Under which rule?
Those who do not want to listen to what she's saying, they can as well leave this house. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe I did protect the Speaker and I did ask her to continue with her speech.
You must not bully us.
Honorable Maniniso, please, if you can resume your seat again.
Chair, the Speaker is pointing fingers at us. It's unparliamentary, Chair. You can't point fingers at us. Respect us.
It is a debate and matters are always debated in a debate.
No, Chair,
You have
protect
had
us.
opportunity.
Our Speaker was disrupted here, but I must respect, Chair, please.
Honorable Member, cannot dictate what another member puts in their speech. The member must continue with her speech. She has not mentioned any names, as indicated, and she can continue
Okay, I think she's
in a
done,
protected
actually.
manner.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Raida. Honorable President, one day when you are not busy and Deputy President as the leader of government business, you must go to Motlakeng. Pilot what they are doing as a society to say nothing about us without us. They are part of the operations as I speak. When I go home, I need to pop out my 10 rent for a whistleblower and as well for other things that they need when they patrol. Chairperson, I want to thank Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema has made use of this debate. They have submitted their CVs, one, and two, he said yesterday that he has no choice to support the issue of the SANTF. So those are two submissions. So abanye bone basele, they are behind. They didn't petition or say anything as expected. Deputy President, I want to just say to yourself that people of South Africa, they are saying that South Africa does not compose only of 14 to 35, but 35 and above must be part of all our recruitment, job opportunities, and unemployment graduate programs. They are there waiting for you to open the system so that they can be absorbed. Honorable Chairperson, as a Gautenian person, I want to say to you, we want to thank the Minister of Justice, working together with the Minister of Police to ensure that we hire 9,600 amapanya-panya. To those who doesn't understand the issues of inequalities, unemployment, and poverty, they will think that we were campaigning. But I can tell you today, those young people are beneficiaries and as well they are breadwinners in their home. So it is through the ANC-led government that others are in pain, that in Gauteng we have PNU and we are fine and we are safe. Hence, yesterday, people didn't want to take the apology of our premier, but as li itse jaaka Batswana, wa e gapa o molato, wa e lesa o molato. As I conclude, President, I want to say, sidikwa ke ntwa tse pedi ha se thata. Meaning, matata a otlhe re tlo wa fenya, re tlo wa khona ka bane re bereka mmogo. So, it's up to you if you want to exclude yourself as a South African, as a parliamentarian, as a citizen. But lastly, all of us here who are women, starting from today moving forward, let us ask those who are doing us our hair if they are legal here. Let us ask those who are designing for us if they are legal here. Let us even go to the backyards in our own streets, own corners to ask if those who are here as illegal immigrants are legal.
Honorable
Because South
Mananiso.
Africa belongs to all who live in it.
Honorable
I thank you.
Mananiso, please take your seat. Please take your seat. On what are you rising, Honorable Member?
No, Chair, we feel intimidated. This incompetent
What
member
rule?
of parliament is pointing of at us.
Rule.
Rule. What is the rule? What is the rule?
What rule are you rising, Honorable Member?
Incompetent member.
What rule is being offended?
Pointing at us.
Rule, chief.
Valid point of order, Honorable Member. Honorable Mananiso, please conclude your speech.
She's so
Honorable
incompetent.
Ryder,
You are the one who's
you see the one who's
incompetent. You
interrupting
are.
me.
We are Papa, we are non-val.
The one who's interrupting me. I understand the excitement. There's a newspaper that has indicated that he is promising. So the person next to him, he's Dololo. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mananiso.
Yeah, we support
Thank you,
the
honorable
motion of
members. Our next speaker at the podium will be the Honorable Nodada from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Nodada has 5 minutes.
Somlomo malunga bekekileyo, fellow South Africans. Yanibulisa ngalenjikalanga molweni. Mr. President, let me remind you that the DA joined the GNU to fulfill our mission to rescue South Africa, arrest decline, build South Africa, ensure that the failed policies of the past are challenged with reason, and to stop the MK-EFF chaos. We are here to grow the economy and create employment opportunities for people left behind by decades of failure. We are here to fight corruption, cater deployment, and the rising cost of living. We have done this, but more needs to be done. It was the DA who stopped the 2% VAT hike that would have pushed more people into poverty and hunger. The DA fought against corruption. DA ministers exposed the IDT CEO's 890 million rand tender, fired corrupt officials for issuing IDs to illegal foreigners, stopped the 9.8 billion school nutrition tender for cadres to eat while school children starve. DA ministers open export markets for South African products to improve economic growth and create jobs, and removed luxury tax on smart devices below 2,500 rand to give low-income households access to economic opportunities. System offline will be a thing of the past. Thanks to DA Home Affairs Minister, no more queues and returning tomorrow. We will now collect IDs from banks in our villages, our towns, and our cities. Honorable Manamela, these things did not happen through osmosis. It is because of political will from DA ministers. Mr. President, the DA will continue to fight against bad ANC policy, harming the interest of South Africans. We're not in the GNU to go along, to get along. We're here for true reform, that lifts people out of poverty into opportunity. The DA will definitely challenge BEE, which is a cadre enrichment scheme dressed up as redress. It must be replaced by the DA's empowerment model that focuses on poverty as a matrix of empowerment. Those who need redress the most come from my village, rather than enriching the corrupt and criminal Edwin Sodis and Cat Matalas of this world. Sadly, Mr. President, similar GNU successes are not felt in municipalities. Without DA governance, municipalities suffer. Life is demonstrably worse in municipalities where the ANC and the EFF-PA Action SA coalition of chaos governs. Johannesburg residents suffered months without water. Traffic lights are broken. Roads are riddled with swimming pool-sized potholes. The EFF leader came here to complain about Premier Lesufi's hotel showers. Yet the EFF and MK gave out-of-touch Lesufi to the people of Gauteng. No surprise there, since the last political leader linked to a shower is now the president of MK. The less said about the MK who are playing toy soldier in Russia, the better. We don't have another 9 years to waste on them. The EFF PA Action SA gave the people of Johannesburg incompetent Data Morero. Now they are looking for somebody else to blame. And it is them that gave them Data Morero, who's incompetent. Mr. President, rural towns
Honorable
and
Nodara,
villages...
can I ask you to take your seat, please? Honorable Nzamande, on what are you rising?
Honorable Chair, calling a point of order on a speaker because MK party has nothing to do.
On what rule?
On
what rule, Honorable
with the
Zimane?
Russia issue.
Honorable members,
So
I
he's
cannot hear the
misleading
point of
House.
order.
He's misleading the House. He's misleading the House. It has nothing to do with MK. Thank you. You have sent them to Ukraine, not Russia.
Oh, yeah, Papa.
Mr. President, rural towns and villages still drink water with animals.
Honorable Nodara, I'm sorry to interrupt you once again. If I can ask you to take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I'd like to know if the Speaker would like to take a question regarding the DA's hypocrisy.
Honorable Nodara, will you take a question?
No. I know that the Honorable Talib finished all the Action SA's time, so they have
Honorable Nodara, once again, please resume your seat. Yes. Honorable Member, on what are you rising?
Chair, I'm asking the member on the podium whether the DA is still preparing to...
I think he already indicated he wasn't going to take a question, Honorable Member.
They are still in that plan.
Honorable members,
The Western
can I
Cape
just
as
draw
a
your
country.
attention? Please don't speak over the presiding officer. If I can just draw your attention to Rule 57 of the Joint Rules, where it indicates that members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with this rule. I'll ask you to stop raising frivolous points of order, allow the speakers at the podium to continue, and further frivolous points of orders will be dealt with harshly. Honorable Nodara, if I can ask you to continue with your speech, please.
Mongameli, abantu badikwe finish ngoceba be-ANC abaxokayo nabarhwaphilizayo. I-ANC ngumbutho ohlohle sakhe. Abantu bebulawa yindlala. Behlele emakhaya bengasebenzi. Ngelo xesha izihlobo nezalamane ze-ANC ziqashana zodwa. Inkonzo aziyi eluntwini. Ngoba kaloku niba nale yamanzi imali, niba nale indlela eyezindlu akukho nto bangayibiyo lamasela. Sigade nje bona apha kwi-GNU kunyanzelekile siyobakhupha kumasipala. Fellow South Africans, how you vote is directly linked to the quality of your life. It will determine whether you have a job or remain unemployed. It will determine whether your community is safe or one with crime. How you vote will determine whether you have a capable municipality that uses money to deliver services or a corrupt one with no water, electricity, roads, or housing. Fellow South Africans, it's time that we stand up against incompetent local governments. But don't follow my advice. It's President Ramaphosa who told the country that political parties must learn from the DA. And the DA is not perfect, but damn, we get things done. I thank you.
Very much.
Honorable
Nodara.
Aishayani GNU.
Honourable members,
Bulalana
final
nodwa,
offering
GNU.
today will come from the
Asisi.
Honourable, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Honourable Minister.
Sipa.
Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, the Speaker of the National Assembly, my colleagues in the executive, honorable members. Honorable Nodada, everything you have just claimed here was started by the ANC 6th administration. You cannot have your cake and eat it. The DA needs to decide whether it's in government or it's in opposition. And you cannot be both. In this house, we were confronted by two dangerous extremes. One is an extreme left and the other is an extreme right. Both are counter-revolutionary and leads to destruction and polarization of society. Africa's greatest son of literature, Ben Okri, warns us that to poison a nation, poison its stories, a demoralized nation tells demoralized stories to itself. And this is why the honorable members of the opposition have been doing. The MK is shouting rhetoric about selling out and claiming that private-public partnership in the economy amounts to wholesale privatization.
Order.
Let me remind you that some of your leaders, including your unelected supreme leader,
Honourable
are part
Minister.
of the generation of the ANC.
Minister,
that
please take your
adopted
seat.
the seminal ANC policy
Minister Lamola, please take your seat. On what are you rising, Honourable Member?
Why did you keep quiet when
What
Rupert
rule?
said
What
when
rule?
you
What
were-
rule?
Honourable Member.
What rule? What rule? When I spoil of Rupert. When I spoil of Rupert.
You are out of order, sir.
When I spoil of Rupert.
You are out of order.
What rule is that?
Deputy Chief Whip.
Rupert said you are a good boy, you kept quiet.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I'm rising on Joint Rule 40, Sub-Rule A. Grossly disorderly conduct. The MK Honorable House Chairperson is deliberately creating serious disorder and disruption in this house, which we cannot allow. So, if they don't want to sit here and listen to the debate, they can as well go home.
No, we are here by the vote, not by your pleasure.
Honorable House Chairperson.
We are here because of voters.
What the
Not because
Honorable
of you.
Minister is talking about on the podium, it's a point of debate. They got their chance and debated in this platform. So no one stopped them. So they shouldn't try that with our members.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. I'm in agreement with your point. Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, if I can address the point.
Order.
I will address the point. You can address me afterwards. You can address me afterwards. Thank you. Honourable members, I've already said that you need to rise specifically on a point of order or to raise a question. Those are the only two matters in which you are permitted to rise and speak in terms of the rules of the joint rules of the House. The manner in which that member rose and started to address the minister, the speaker at the podium directly, is inappropriate in the extreme. It will not be tolerated, honourable members. You have been warned. I'll ask you, please, let's maintain the decorum of the House. Let's adhere to the rules, and grossly disorderly conduct will be met with an invitation to evacuate the premises. Honourable member, I must ask you, please,
Order.
if you have a valid point of order in terms of the rules, you may raise your hand, be recognized, and then advise on what rule you're rising and what the transgression is that you seek to address. Otherwise, you can ask to raise a question to the Speaker of the podium, and that is all.
Order,
Honourable
Speaker.
member.
Order, Speaker. You cannot see my hand here. I've had it raised for a long while. Right at the back.
Right at the back. Honourable
Yes.
Reddy, yes.
Thank you very much. Honourable House Chair, on a point of procedure, what we are witnessing here in this House is a pattern where opposition parties are being stifled. Ministers are allocated time in their executive capacity to reflect on their portfolios, yet they are repeatedly using that time to defend the GNU. Is this fair? Is this democratic principles that we are having in this parliament? Ministers are using their time when they're supposed to talk about their portfolios, they're talking about GNU. That's not what they're there for. They're put there by people in this country to do a job in that portfolio. Talk
Honourable
about
Member,
the portfolio.
yes,
not about
Honourable
GNU.
Member, you've made your point.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we cannot decide what a member puts in their speech or chooses to debate upon. And the time is allocated to the Minister to speak as he wishes. Honourable Member, your point.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, on point 57, Rule 7, it says no other member may raise another point of order before the presiding officer has ruled that it is not a point of order. We have seen an inconsistency. There are people interjecting when points of orders have been raised. And as the chair, you have not corrected this behavior, and it seems like you're encouraging it because it comes from certain quarters. Can you be fair as the chair? We're just asking for that.
Honourable Member, if you can just take a look at the rules and read all of the rules together and not just rules individually on their own. And I'll draw your attention to Rule 57.4, which says the presiding officer, and this part's important, may at his or her discretion allow members to address the presiding officer briefly on a point of order that has been raised. It's been consistently applied. Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Minister, if I can ask you to continue with your speech, please.
Thank you, House Chair. It is the only opportunity Honorable Nomvalo can speak. The ANC adopted seminal document, Ready to Govern, just before 1994 elections. And I quote, it said with regards to the mixed economy, the balance of evidence will guide a decision for or against various economic policy measures. Such flexible means assessing the balance of evidence and restructuring the public sector to carry out national goals. The supreme unelected leader of the MK party was part of the ANC leadership that adopted this policy document. It goes on to say, such a mixed economy will foster a new and a constructive relationship between the people, the state, the trade union movement, and the private sector, and the markets. The mixed economy policy is not an invention of President Ramaphosa, as the MK is claiming today. If there is a sellout, it's the supreme unelected leader of the MK for abandoning his principles for political inconvenience, for political convenience. President Ramaphosa will never get tired of cleaning your supreme leader's
Minister
mess.
Lamola, if I can
He
ask you to
has cleaned
take
the
your
mess
seats,
in
please.
state-owned enterprises at 𝐿𝐻Com.
Minister Lamola, on what are you rising, Honourable Member?
Is Rupert is
Stop.
prepared to
What
take a
rule?
question?
Rule.
Nomvalo, you are
Stop
saying
manifesting,
rule.
Nomvalo. Prepared to take a question.
What rules?
Rupert.
I'm talking to Rupert's iPod.
You want to be seen by your
Iceboy,
father
not you.
here.
Rising on. At.
I'm talking to an ice boy of Rupert,
Just
not
hear
you.
the name of
Is
Rupert.
he prepared
here.
to
Ice boy
take a
of
question?
Kanta. Ice boy of Kanta.
Honourable Member, you are consistently breaching the rules. I've already told you, please, how you need to address this going forward. You can put your hand up, be recognised, and then tell me on what rule you are rising and what you're wanting to say. Unfortunately, you are making frivolous points of orders that are not covered in terms of the rules. You are discussing points of debate. The minister has the podium. It's his turn to debate, and I therefore invite him back to the microphone to continue. Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, if there was no game of chiefs of Sundowns and Pirates, I was going to take the question. President Ramaphosa will never get tired of cleaning the mess of your supreme unelected leader. He has cleaned the mess in state-owned enterprises, ESCOM, Transnet, SARS. The list is endless. ANC and societal renewal is in full swing and is irreversible.
He sold everything.
Umgameli uRamaphosa so ukhulumile nomgameli waseRussia ubaba uPutin ukuthi abasebenzisane ukuletha ingane. Ubaba uZuma azithengisile wazithengisela
lamanga
lezo ingane sezisendleleni.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Member. Honourable Members, let's respect the person raising the point of order and hear what he has to say. Please.
There's a hand at the back.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Weekend special.
Weekend special.
Weekend special.
2 minutes.
Honourable Members, please.
Weekend special.
Microphones. Member, please continue.
Chairperson, reference to the specific law on casting aspersion. A clear aspersion has been casted.
Who is not a member of this house?
What one is that?
Applies to members.
What rule is you on?
Honourable Member, I can hear you. Yes, continue.
And support my ANC.
Honourable Members, please. Honourable Member. Minister of Social Development, please mute your microphone. Thank you.
That's why about 40%
Honourable Member, please continue.
Aspersion has been casted by mere mentioning of President Jacob Zuma. Someone.
Weekend special. Weekend
Honourable
special.
Member, Honourable Members, please. Honourable Minister, please mute your microphone. You're a consistent offender, and I'm asking you to mute again. Honourable Member, Mr. Zuma is no longer a member of this House. And therefore, there's no such thing as casting aspersions in terms of our rules that can be drawn against him.
Have you heard my submission, or you are just running in front of me?
Special.
I can't just sell out.
Weekend special.
If you have something to add, Honourable Member, you are welcome to continue.
I don't think you are.
Briefly.
You are handling this process fairly. You are very biased. And I think we'll make an appropriate submission because it's clear that you are biased. You can't hide your bias.
So please continue.
for the end of the weekend.
Ubaba unjani othengisa ingane zakhe?
Hayi wena ubunyana kaRupethula wena ubumnyama. Ubunyana kaRupeth.
Out of order, Minister. You are out of order.
Honourable Member, please mute your microphone. You have not been recognized.
Leading the house. Mfana kaRupeth. Ice boy. Bias wena. No. Wakhuluma mfana kaRupeth. Well out.
It's like human
Rupert boy. So the will be over.
As Stellenbosch.
Baba onjani?
Wakhuluma uStellenbosch umntana kaRupert.
Belungu Satan.
Kunjani ukudla igazi labantu?
Cima kungo-2017 ngobaba izimali.
Mntana kaRupert.
Ihlulekile kwenza umsebenzi wayo.
Montachi, you have not been recognized. Honourable members, you may not drown out the speaker at the podium. I haven't seen a point of order written. I see a hand at the back, and then I'll come to the front.
Hlala phansi.
Sihlalo ngicabanga ukuthi
Mr. Lamula laphayana
What rule?
uyaphambuka uma
Rule.
esi-
Name the rule.
Ayikho lento oyicabanga ucabanga a whole lot of nothing rule. Anipapa niphapi nina yazi ngobubi. Thulani namasela lawo.
Honorable members, order. Honorable member, please repeat your point of order.
We must start with the rule.
Ngithi uLamula ukhuluma
What rule are you
Rule.
Alama rules. Rules.
Sorry, honorable member, that's not a valid point of order.
Molauteo.
Please mute your microphone. Honorable, ready? Yes, I'm recognizing you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 34B, which says that members must conduct themselves with dignity and in accordance with the decorum of this House. The minister, Honorable Minister, that stood before this podium has displayed a tendency that has brought this House into complete disrepute by pugning.
Demoted.
I cannot speak. I'm on the floor. Please give me a chance to speak.
Honorable members, please keep your microphones muted.
These members
Speaker,
of GNU
order.
are very disrespectful. The minister must confine himself to Sona, his response to Sona and his portfolio. He should
Abantwana bakaRupert baculela uRothschild.
Thank you, Honorable Reddy. You've made your point, and I think it goes back to the same ruling I made earlier. You may not determine what a member puts in their speech, and we will then go forward. Honorable member in front.
Ibana baRothschild babinela Rupert.
Thank you very much.
Abantwana base-Ukraine.
Ibana baRothschild babinela Rupert.
Stellenbosch mafias.
Ibana baRothschild babinela Rupert.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I rise on Rule 57 of the joint rules, which is a point of order. And I'm raising this point of order on you. There has been consistent, people are just pressing the mic and speak without being pointed at, and they are raising frivolous.
What about ANC?
The ANC was doing the same thing.
That.
You started it.
Honorable Chairperson, there's a difference between a person who is howling and heckling and a person who is... That's the example of a person who is doing that, Honorable Chabalala Lynchfield. She just presses a mic and speak. And we can't tolerate that. And you know who is doing that. The mics can tell you what is that. Who is doing that, but you're not taking them into task. Some of them are raising orders on the
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Which are not joint rules. But you allow it, and we have been quiet all along. It can't be tolerated, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I believe I have tried to be quite patient. I've allowed both sides to air their views vociferously. I'm now going to ask Honourable Members. We have a few minutes left, not much. Please can I ask you to listen attentively to the speaker at the podium, to not interrupt with frivolous points of orders, to certainly not unmute your microphones when you haven't been recognized, and to respect each other in order to ensure that we can get through the last 7.5 minutes of today's process, and we can then go home and come and hear the President's reply tomorrow. Honourable members, please, both sides, let's respect each other sufficiently to hear the debaters to conclusion. Honourable Minister, please continue.
MK party.
Soya papa foot. Soya papa mfana ka Rupert.
Kodwa i-ANC ishayile induku lapha eMzumbe municipality. Lapho i-MK party beyine 40%. Kodwa manje i-ANC ibuyile yayithatha iwadi lapha eMzumbe. I-MK party ithole nje kuphela
Khuluma ngeportfolio yakho.
Lokho kuyakhomba ukuthi ama-elections esingakawarigi siwawine kahle njengamalengiso. So siyabonga umphakathi waseMzumbe lapha eKwaZulu Natal ukuthi nisupport inhlangano yabantu le kuyi-ANC.
Anwinanga kwilinkathi eMzumbe.
Honorable Zamani has sufficiently refilled the empty mind on Western Sahara that was displayed by Honorable Dlela. The world today, at a time where the world was in throes of a Cold War, the late Reverend 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 said we should keep hope alive. May I take this opportunity to convey condolences to his family and the entire civil rights movement in the US. Mr. President, when you delivered the State of the Nation address last Thursday, you spoke of a world in turmoil, a world where the strong bully the weak, and where the trade is used as a weapon. Around that same time, Honorable Muda and Honorable Trollip, the Munich Security Conference was taking place in Munich. At that gathering, we heard a clear message, a call to revive the old logic of empire through Mr. Rubio, a longing for days of colonial domination, an appeal to build a new alliance rooted in conquest, invasion, and plunder, the very antithesis of the right to self-determination and recognition of our sovereignty. As we debate the State of the Nation address and the direction of our country, those calls for a new Western century are too loud to ignore. Faced with these calls, we must reaffirm that we have always known Africa is our destiny and Africa is our future. We have reaffirmed this position through the G20, where we confirmed that critical minerals must beneficiate the people of Africa, a compact on AI to benefit the youthful continent of Africa, that digital transformation must benefit the youth of this continent. We have done so for the African child. Honorable Mulder, unlike the FF+, our principled human rights commission, our principled human rights outlook, favors all South Africans, irrespective of color. We do not only speak for the privileged white minority or only for black South Africans or for any colored nationality. We speak for all South Africans because we have a responsibility to lead our country. We speak for all South Africans on Gaza. We speak for all South Africans on Ukraine and Russia to build a peaceful society. We have been consistent even at the UN General Assembly to speak about the sovereignty and the UN Charter. You yourself, your party, only speak for white supremacists. We are very clear as the ANC-led government that our responsibility is to all South Africans. And we will continue to do so, to build a nation united in our diversity. To build a united nation means that we must ensure that the economy is inclusive. The World Bank's report has stated that South Africa's economy is not inclusive because the majority of black South Africans are excluded from the economy. It is against this background that BEE must continue to empower and to bring into the economy the majority of the marginalized and the excluded. Therefore, BEE is a constitutional imperative. It cannot be abandoned at the altar of political expediency. The GNU does not mean the bearing of BEE. Neither does the GNU supersede the Constitution, because black economic empowerment, affirmative action, is a constitutional imperative. This must sink in, even to the Democratic Alliance. We are in alliance to transform this country in line with the Constitution. There is no document that supersedes the South African Constitution, even the statement of intent. It is against this background that all states shows that BEE has benefited majority of South Africans. Not as it was claimed in this podium, that it has only benefited a few political elites. And the stats are there. The Banking Association of South Africa shows that since 2000s, JSE listed companies have devoted about 320 billion to BE efforts.
It's
And
your
this has
GNU
benefited
partner.
a broad range of South Africans, not just a few political allies. About 2/3 are strategic investments in partnerships, various individuals, and new businesses. 20% is community development, and 15% is staff benefits. These are a broad range of South Africans. Therefore, we must continue with our efforts of growing the economy. We have also grown our exports through export and import diversification. Our strategy is yielding fruits in Southeast Asia, in Asia, in China, and across the globe, including in the African continent.
You want to
Our
privatize
trade
the railway.
diversification is really gaining grounds.
They're privatizing the ports as well.
And our agricultural exports have also shown improvements.
Please take your seat, Minister. Honourable 𝐿𝐵𝐿, what is your point of order?
My colleague, Honourable Mhlawuli, raised a very clear point where he called a point of order on you, Chair. You are now seeing people speaking without recognizing, and you're allowing
One point, have fingers.
You actually are undermining our speaker because you are allowing people to do exactly what you have said.
Point
you will
fingers, we're
allow.
not your boys.
There we are. So can you please act
We are not your
and
boys.
name
Don't
name
point
the
fingers at
members?
us. We're not
On
your
what
boys here.
point are you rising?
Honourable member. Honourable member, you have a pink eye and scratching your head right now. It's your final warning, sir. Once more and you will be out of the House. Thank you. Honourable Minister, please continue. Honourable Minister, one moment. What is your point of order, sir?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I appeal for your consistency. You are not applying those rules fairly.
What rule?
Honourable member. Honourable member.
No, wait for me.
I have been consistent
No, but
throughout.
wait for me. Wait
Oh,
for me.
rule.
You don't know what I'm going to say. This noise started
Rule.
last night, and we've been telling you that they are disrupting our speakers. You did nothing. Now we are warning our members.
Rule.
You have
Go.
not warned them. You must be consistent.
Rule. Stop crying.
Member.
Rule.
Honourable member, I did indicate members on this side of the House when they unmuted without permission. I've done so on this side of the House as well. I have tried to be as consistent as I possibly can as I notice microphones being switched on. Honourable member, your point.
Chairperson, all these Kaizer Chiefs fans must let us go. Can we conclude the business of the House? We have a game to watch at 7:30. Please.
𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐞. Thank you, sir. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Honorable House Chairperson, leadership is not the art of chasing applause or inflaming anger. It is not about placing red overalls or stomping around in military cosplay. It requires a steady hand and the discipline to do the hard work of governing. It means making decisions that are not always popular, but are necessary to protect the long-term interest of our people. That is the leadership President Ramaphosa has consistently demonstrated. Leadership that unites South Africans, rejects populism, chooses responsibility over rhetoric, remains committed to the difficult task of building a truly united, democratic and a prosperous South Africa. It is against this background that President Ramaphosa never buried his head in sand when there are challenges in the criminal justice system. He appointed a commission of inquiry. When there are challenges in the Western Cape, he is bringing the defense force. He is not saying, this is not my challenge, it's for the DA. It's a collective responsibility. We must all stand up and build a united South Africa together. I thank you.
Hamba mfana kaRupert.
Honorable House Chairperson.
Nyama.
Inhlulile Northwest Stadium.
Hamba
Inhlulile Northwest Stadium. Sending 2006.
Honourable members, if we can have order, please.
Honorable House Chairperson, on a point of order.
Honourable members, that was indeed the last input of the day.
Honorable House
And I would like
Chairperson.
to thank the President for his attentive
Honourable House
presence
Chairperson.
over the past 2 days, and also appreciate the inputs of all speakers. Thanks too to all honourable members.
Honorable House
Honourable 𝐿'𝐵𝐿, what are you rising?
Chair, I'm rising in terms of Rule 47A of the Joint Rules. If I may proceed. If I may proceed, Chairperson.
Honourable 𝐿'𝐵𝐿, I cannot hear you clearly. Please speak to the microphone.
I'm rising in terms of Rule 47A of the Joint Rules. If I may
There's
address
no one
the
on
Chair.
the floor.
Please continue, honourable member.
Chairperson, I did not want to enter the fray of the chaotic points of order, but I think for the benefit of the record of this House, it is the 𝐬𝐻𝐾𝐭 Freedom Party that won 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, not the ANC. Thank you.
Honourable members, if I can conclude.
ANC yayiwini what eMzumbe kuma-by-election.
Honourable members,
Yayiwini what eMzumbe.
thank you to all honourable members for
President
Cyril special delegates, representatives from 𝐿'𝐵𝐿,
Next time you must come prepared.
business of the day. Honourable members, the President will reply to the debate tomorrow at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned until then. Thank you.
Thank
you to all honourable members for
President
Cyril special delegates, representatives from 𝐿'𝐵𝐿,
Next time you must come prepared.
business of the day. Honourable members, the President will reply to the debate tomorrow at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned until then. Thank you.